I'll read it. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah. Oh, okay. Got it. I always appreciate his candor.
Oh, he was such a crusty old talk to John. Like when I first got a lot of you. What he thought of me because
Oh. Yeah, which is a good.
Oh,
Well, that's a good quality to have.
it is. A while to figure out I want. Then I was let you have it.
Call the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, September 27th at 9:08. to order. Please join me in a moment of silence. I'd like to, to recognize a leader in our community who passed away, Bill Mendelson. Some information in regards to him. Bill was a tireless advocate for Stockton's homeless population. There's perhaps no other single person in our local history who so thoroughly and for so long dedicated their career to helping those experiencing homelessness. Bill first became interested in the issue of homelessness as a student at the University of Pacific in the late 1960s. Starting in 1989, he served as first executive director of the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, overseeing construction of their facilities at 411 South Harrison Street and making possible the organization that exists there today. In 1999, Bill was named executive director of Central Valley Low Income Housing Corporation, where he served until the day he passed away. Son John, whom Bill was so very proud, will carry on the work started. John asked to let folks know that any inquiries should go to the San Joaquin Continuum of Care's Homeless Management Information System. I could only say that I really appreciated Bill's candor, his leadership, and certainly all of those accomplishments that he completed. So anyway, if you could join me in a moment of silence, silent prayer, meditation. Thank you. And then Supervisor Villapuja, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Villapuja.
Present.
Supervisor Rickman.
Here.
Supervisor Miller.
Here.
Supervisor Patty.
Yes.
Chairman Nguyen.
Present. Okay, first order of business. I will go down. In fact, I would ask the rest of the board to come down and to recognize Tim Pelican, our retiring agricultural commissioner.
Thank you, Chairman. As you mentioned, this is our first recognition as of the outgoing Agricultural Commissioner Tim Pelican for his 8 years of service with San Joaquin County. Mr. Pelican was born and raised in South Dakota, where he graduated from a private Catholic high school and served as a medic in the military for 3 years, then went back to school at South Dakota State University, where he graduated in 1983 with a bachelor's degree in agriculture and biological science. He worked in the nursery industry for 14 years. Mr. Pelican worked in Tuolumne County as an agricultural inspector, then in Stanislaus County as a deputy commissioner, before he was hired to his current position in San Joaquin County as an agricultural commissioner sealer in 2014. During his tenure, Mr. Pelican placed a high priority on education programs for growers and farm workers and also youth. As an example, he addressed the worker safety training event held by Lodi's grape growers and Commissioner's Office scientists that drew 300 to 400 laborers. The Commissioner's Office has sponsored the Bee Aware Pollinator Protection Symposium and Spray Safe events. The office also sponsors a program called Ag Venture. This teaches children about the agricultural industry, drawing around 11,000 third graders every year. Mr. Pelican has embraced technology through an active webpage and social media accounts to connect with the community. And San Joaquin County was also a pilot county for the California Pesticide Enforcement Activities Tracking System, also known as CalPEATS, which allows agricultural commissioners to log pesticide inspections, incidents, violations, and enforcement responses electronically. Most recently, Mr. Pelican has worked with the State Beekeepers Association to draft bee safety legislation that now awaits signature from the governor. Mr. Pelican has been married to his wife, Julie, for 41 years, and they enjoy traveling in their travel trailer and hiking at state and federal parks. He has 3 sons and 5 grandchildren. Mr. Pelican is an avid gardener and enjoys woodworking and cooking. Chairman Nguyen, I turn it back over to you for the presentation of the plaque on behalf of the board.
Thank you very much. Tim, would you like to share a few words?
Sure. I only have a couple pages worth, but they're small and I write really big. That way I can read them. So first of all, I'd like to thank you, Chair, And I would like to thank the board for having the faith to appoint me not just once, but twice. And secondly, to the CAO's office for all their support. I'd also like to thank the other departments who helped support all of the things that our team has been able to accomplish over the last 8 years, especially County Council, who has helped a great deal of support with helping us navigate some of our more trying issues. I'd also like to thank my staff. I have a great staff, both past and present, and I know people say this all the time, but without a good staff, you can't really accomplish much of anything. Some of the ways we have found to support our agricultural industry and keep our citizens and environment safe, and in the case of our Weights and Measures Department, to promote equity within business and protect our consumers. They're the best and tireless. Most of all, I'd like to thank my wife, Julie, who's put up with lots of late nights at home and weeks away. And that's about to change, and I think she's been my best confidant and friend. And finally, to the ag industry, your importance to our region often goes without being noticed, but you're the fuel that keeps our economic engine running. And may your future remain bright. And once again, I'd like to thank the chair, and days like this is what makes it all seem real. So, thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it short since I'm losing my voice. Tim, thank you for all you've done for San Joaquin County. And I know, my district being one of the largest ag districts here in San Joaquin County, and you just mentioned how important ag is. And you've done a great job of educating and working with that industry and our local farmers. So please enjoy your retirement, have fun gardening, and spending time with the family, because at the end of the day, family is what's most important. So again, thank you, and God bless you on your future.
Tim, we have this saying that's printed in San Joaquin County from several years ago. So greatness grows here. And when you look at the position you have, agriculture, the importance and significance, greatness grows here thanks to you and all those that contribute. And the competing interests and the challenges that we have from Sacramento, the regulations and the farmers and the fluctuating markets, and to just stay in business and to stay, growing, and to stay where keep those family farms viable is no small feat. And to be there, to be their ally, and to be a conduit between regulation, state and county, and to be an advocate for them is monumental. And it'll be very difficult to ever find someone that can replace all that you did and the commitment that you had. But we're grateful for what you did dedicate and how well you handled your job and this county. Really, truly, thank you very much.
Tim, you've done so much here in San Joaquin County. Your embrace of technology has been really impressive. But for me, I think the thing that really sums up your tenure and your commitment to San Joaquin County was during COVID. What an instrumental piece you and your team were in connecting public health with the workforce for our agricultural industry, and making sure that we had mobile clinics to get them vaccinated so they could still work, outreaching to the various growers and packing houses to help them instill safer processes so that they could keep their business going and keep feeding the rest of us. So thank you. You have a lot of compassion, but you also have a lot of business savvy, and your commitment to ag as an industry has really moved the ball forward in our county. So thank you very much. Wish you all the best in your retirement. I know you're going to have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim, I want to thank you for your years of service to San Joaquin County. I always appreciated your reports. They're always spot on, very articulate. And I want you to enjoy your retirement with your family. I can tell you're a grandpa now, so congratulations and all the best to you.
Well, Tim, on some of those nights we were together at the Farm Bureau Board of Directors meetings, I guess the one thing that I appreciated was that you were there, which obviously agriculture is the economic engine for San Joaquin County. But more importantly, I think at times there was a lot of frustration and complaints that were made, obviously not because of us, but because of either Sacramento or Washington, D.C. as far as regulations and overreach in regards to the role of government. But I always appreciated that in spite of the comments, you were always calm. You always were able to explain why those things happened. But more importantly, you were able to tell them how you and the county were working to mitigate some of those implementation of regulations. And so I think you epitomize, which I see in our county departments, you epitomize public service. It isn't like a lot of agencies who like to oppress the public. You were truly an advocate, and you did everything you could to make life easier for our farmers, ranchers, and growers. And for that, I really appreciated it, and I truly admired you when you spoke, because sometimes it looked like there was no way that you could satisfy the audience, but you did, and to your credit. So to some degree, obviously it's a loss, but it's a win for you. You've certainly done a tremendous job, and you've had an impact, and whoever replaces you have big shoes to fill. So again, thank you, and as my fellow supervisor said, we hope you truly enjoy, and we know you will, your retirement. So thank you very much, and let me give you this plaque. Okay, clerk of the board. If you'd like. Vice Chairman, did you want to stay for this particular? Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the recognition of outgoing South San Joaquin County Fire Authority Battalion Chief Scott Argenbright. And I would like to invite Mr. Argenbright and Division Chief of Operations Brian Bagley to the podium as I read this recognition. It's presented in recognition of your 38 years of outstanding service to the citizens of Tracy, San Joaquin County, and the state of California, including your service on the San Joaquin County Arson Task Force, leadership of a strike team task force, and over 25 special deployments such as the Rim Fire, Thomas Fire, Tubbs Fire, King Fire, and finally the 2021 Caldor Fire. Further, we commend the assistance you provided in both the 1997 and 2017 San Joaquin County flood disasters, managing multiple special projects, which safeguarded the lives of our local firefighters and our citizens. Congratulations and best wishes on your future endeavors. Presented this 27th day of September 2022. Chairman Nguyen and Vice Chairman Rickman, I turn it over to you for presentation of the certificate.
Thank you, Chief. I'd like to say a few words.
Well, I was kind of shocked that I was getting this award. I really appreciate it. I want to thank the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors. It's been an honor last 38 years serving the San Joaquin County, the citizens in San Joaquin County and in Tracy, and also assisting statewide on the incidents here. Looking forward to my retirement. Got my wife to thank. She's been with me for 38 years, and we've got 2 daughters and a grandson, 4 months old. So I'm looking forward to my retirement. And again, thank you to the Board of Supervisors for this recognition. Very appreciated.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you. Excuse me. Yeah, thank you, Scott, for being here, and thank you, Chair, for giving me a moment to say a few words. You know, I had the honor, to see you in action, work with you in some extent on the road for the last 20 years. And I've always been impressed with your professionalism, dedication, your knowledge, your compassion when you're out there in these highly stressful situations. And, you know, the certificate, when we were talking about a lot of the, you know, the big things, you know, the rim fire, camp fire, but the day-to-day operations, you know, people in motor vehicle accidents or something happened to their loved ones, and seeing you roll up and going out there and comforting the family and saving lives. You are a leader in the fire department. I know a lot of the men and women of South County Fire, as you know, look up to you as a leader, as someone that they could come to. And, you know, when I heard that you're retiring, you know, I was bummed out in the fact that I'm not going to be able to see you anymore out there on the road. And it was always nice working in the middle of the night and seeing you pull up and, you know, having a great conversation. But, you know, I would think to myself, what could I do as a board of supervisor, and what could the county do as a board as a whole to recognize your outstanding service? And this is just a little thing that we can provide to you it's just to let you know how much you have meant to San Joaquin County, how much you meant to me personally and to my district. You know, you have a great family, and your wife is sitting here, your great kids, and you be able to spend some more time with your grandkids. And at the end of the day, like I mentioned before, that's what's the most important thing, is your family, to make sure you're spending as much time as possible with your family. So again, thank you at the bottom of my heart for everything that you've done. And I'll miss you, but I know I'll see you around, hopefully still around Tracy. So God bless you, and God bless your family. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Chief, I know we all speak on behalf of the constituents throughout this county, and one way or another, every single call affects and the ripple effect throughout our citizens. And we appreciate it. And I just can imagine when you first joined as a fireman, and before you even thought about the upper tier of leadership, you're gung-ho and you run in and you jump and you're ready to tackle and you know, jump into any blaze and save and do what needs to be done. And there's seniors that have experience, and they say, well, hold on, let's do this, or be cautious of that. And we save lives and we protect ourselves while doing our job. And you know, that leadership that you've demonstrated for the next generation is greatly appreciated. It's going to carry on, and it's going to have a positive ripple effect. And we all here in San Joaquin County, and by the many deployments, we know that other regions have benefited from your experience and your willingness to tackle the tough issues and save lives and save properties and do everything we can to protect the citizens in every manner, especially their lives. So we thank you, appreciate you, and happy retirement, sir.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Congratulations on your retirement. I have a brother who's a recently retired battalion chief in Southern California. And so I'm very aware that the time you've put in and the sacrifices you've made aren't just your own, they're also your family's. There were a lot of special occasions, a lot of holidays, a lot of times that you weren't able to be with your family. And so my thanks go to you as well, families. And I really hope that you have a long and healthy retirement and make up for some of those times by spending it with your family. So best of luck to you.
Supervisor Villapuga.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, I just want to say thank you for your years of service to our county. Hope you have the best retirement, and nothing but the best to you.
Well, Chief, 38 years is quite an accomplishment. Coming from law enforcement side, public safety employees oftentimes don't last that long, as you know, and because of the dangers that you inherently come in contact with on a daily basis. I would say also, you beat me by a year. I was only 37 years, but my point is that when you joined the fire department as a firefighter, and today, I would suspect that your first love is going out and helping the public. It isn't behind a desk, pushing papers or whatever. And I would suspect that probably, I don't know this for sure, but I would suspect that you were probably out on a call sometime recently, helping the other firefighters do their job. So for that, I want to thank you. And again, I will tell you this, that retirement is a great opportunity, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it with your family. And for that, we want to thank you for your service and certainly for all that you've done for your community. Clerk.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the proclamation of October 2022 as Bi-National Health Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Zena Ferrerio and Angie Carr with Community Partnership for Families, Esmeralda Aldana and Ines Ruiz Houston with El Concilio, Gloria Rodriguez with California Human Development, and Joanne Singson with the San Joaquin Health Centers to the podium as I read the proclamation. Whereas in 2001, Bi-National Health Week was created with the goal of raising awareness and responding to the needs of potentially underserved populations in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And whereas in 2016, San Joaquin County expanded this outreach, dedicating the entire month of October, thus creating Bi-National Health Month, further fostering solidarity by bringing together existing resources and volunteers in the hopes of reaching more people. And whereas in the last 21 years, this event has become one of the largest mobilization efforts in the Americas to promote the health and well-being of immigrant and migrant peoples from any country who live in the United States, Canada, or Mexico. And whereas the 2022 San Joaquin County Bi-National Health Coalition theme is Bi-National Hope, Health Without Barriers, believing that access to care is one of the most crucial issues that directly affect health and well-being, highlighting the need to continue to share resources and work in partnerships to help the community. And whereas due to the ongoing impact of COVID-19, San Joaquin County will be offering vaccines, boosters, and testing in addition to other preventative healthcare and social services. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of San Joaquin County does hereby proclaim October 2022 as Bi-National Health Month in San Joaquin County and supports and encourages efforts which improve the health and well-being of our community members. Passed and adopted this 27th day of September 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you. Would one of you like to say something? Joan?
Sure. I feel like I was just here for another proclamation. This is getting to be a habit. But I do appreciate everything that, of course, the Board of Supervisors has done for us, not just as SJ Health, but as well the whole coalition behind this Bi-National Health. It's been 22 years, I believe, and we are here today with a mission that is aligned with the state's mission of increasing access to care, of course, particularly around mental health and behavioral health. This is what we're focusing on this year, and we hope to bring awareness to the issues that are in front of all of us. And, you know, we think of, you know, particularly populations that are underserved and perhaps under or uninsured. We hope to expand our ability to serve them as well as anybody else, because, you know, by the end of the day, we really have to think of preventing any more severe cases of, health conditions, and hopefully, as we've done with COVID, try to avoid the impact on our hospitals and our emergency rooms, right? So all of that we take into consideration. So, but before I go further, I want to say hello to Mr. Tim Pelican. When you mentioned about COVID, I was like, yeah, I was there. So I do want to say thank you, Mr. Tim Pelican, and congratulations. All the support that he had given with the work that we've done to vaccinate our agricultural workforce in the county. Again, with the support of everybody here, Supervisor Rickman in particular. Thank you for everything. And we have several events going on through the month, but I'll let my partners say a few words.
Hi, my name's Xena Ferrario, and I'm with Community Partnership for Families of San Joaquin. And we just want to make sure that we inform the public, those who endure any kind of health issues, that there are many available free resources. And so we continue to do the work in the community to keep them updated, and that's the purpose. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you. On behalf of El Concilio, California, binational means all of us. This is a wonderful opportunity that we know we care about the human being. So many of us are still afraid. Even those of us that have insurance are still afraid to go to a doctor and find out what our bill is going to be. But with binational celebration of health that we're doing collaboratively as a community, we know we're okay. We know through this process we can find out resources and not worry about a bill, because this is a free and open event for the community, just to check it out, just to know what is out there. We love this opportunity, and we've been doing it for years because we have a heart. And we know all of you have a heart to promote it through your social media, your Instagram, your Facebook, your TikTok, to tell everybody about this great event that's happening in the month of October. So we hope all of you share with all your constituents, your family, your friends. Come check this out, because this is where our heart of our community, we tell everyone you matter, we care for you and your family. And as we know, health comes first before anything else. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Gloria Rodriguez from California Human Development. Actually, on October 23rd, we'll be holding the binational event at the Lodi office, which is at 631 Oak. And we will be there again, helping the community and also handing out more COVID tests, which we keep doing on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, Supervisor Alpuda.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank everyone involved. This is a nice, I'm glad we're doing this for you guys, because the last 3 years has been really difficult, and you guys have been lifesavers for the community. And like you said, health is the #1 issue, and appreciate everything you do for our community. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here. I recognize some faces, and Joan, it's awesome to see you again. I miss seeing you, and so that was one of the things that made my day, to look out and see you. So thank you for being here, and thank you all for increasing access to our healthcare and bringing awareness to the many different health issues that face our communities, and going out there and manning the different stations. I know during COVID, many of you were out there, all day in all parts of the county. And, I try to attend as many as I could. And every time I attended, I seen the same faces out there working very hard for our community. And, we can never say, thank you enough for that. But please be aware that, hey, if you ever need anything, I can only speak for my district, but if you ever need, ever have any issues or supply issues or whatever it may be to help serve our communities, please reach out and let us know. And that's what we're here for. And, that's what we're here as a county, to make sure our residents are safe and moving forward. So again, thank you all very much, and God bless you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you do. As a county, we could not possibly get the job done without partnership with all of you and your organizations. It simply wouldn't be possible. And you expand our reach into a lot of neighborhoods and families, and you do it 365 days a year, year in and year out. And it means a tremendous amount to the people who live here in San Joaquin County. So I'm very happy to be a member of the board and be able to recognize yet again this great month and this great event. So thank you, and keep up the great work.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. If you consider public safety and public health really truly paramount for not only the community but our responsibilities, and as we know and as noted in this past couple of years with COVID, the discomfort, the hardship, the extra gears you had to put on, the things that you didn't really bargain for when you signed up for this career path, but yet you all stepped up and you all helped out, and we all made a difference in our community. Agree or disagree with the protocols that were in place, you all had to do it, and you did. And we thank you for it, and any outreach that we can have throughout the community for health care, for screenings, for preventative medical care, and enrollment into services that are available is an effort well deserved, needed, and appreciated. So thank you all. We appreciate it and support this effort. Thanks.
And I would add my comments. Of course, obviously, Joan, you're more visible to me in regards to your work with the hospital, et cetera, but I know the rest of you all worked very hard. Supervisor Miller and I sit as commissioners on the health plan of San Joaquin, which treats almost 400,000 residents between Stanislaus and San Joaquin County. And the reason I bring that up is because we see, from maybe the 30,000-foot level, the challenges, but you're on the ground floor. You're doing it on a daily basis, so you're the ones that actually make a difference to our community and all you do. So healthcare is probably a first priority in regards to one's life, because without health, and you touched upon behavioral health, which is a growing concern amongst our residents, but you have the opportunity to not just make people well, but to get them back on track so that they can enjoy their life. And so again, I want to thank all of you for what you do, and all those that you work with, and please pass that on from the Board of Supervisors and the residents of San Joaquin County. So thank you very much. Okay, if you want to all step up here, we'll.
Thank you, Chairman. Lastly, we have the proclamation of October 23rd through October 29th, 2022 as California Lead Poisoning Prevention Week in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Public Health Services Interim Manager for Children's Medical Services, Surbi Giant, to the podium. Also, Public Health partners with Environmental Health for lead inspection. So I'd also like to invite Stephen Shai, Scott Sangalang, and Umran Sood from Environmental Health to the podium as I read the proclamation. Whereas one of government's responsibilities is to keep its constituents safe from environmental hazards. Lead exposure is among the most pervasive of these hazards, as lead can be found in paint, dust, soil, drinking water, and products such as plumbing fixtures and solder. It is particularly harmful to children under the age of 6, making it vital that we take the necessary steps to make sure that we have a safe environment in San Joaquin County. And whereas protecting children from the impacts of lead is critical to lifelong health, even small amounts of lead in the body can adversely affect the intelligence quotient, ability to pay attention, and academic achievement. And whereas a blood lead test is the best way to determine if a child has been exposed to lead, since it is difficult to detect and identify its damaging effects. And whereas, although lead can be found in many products and locations, exposure is preventable. We encourage all San Joaquin County residents to learn about the risk and potential sources of lead exposure and the steps we can take to protect our children. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim October 23rd through the 29th, 2022 as California Lead Poisoning Prevention Week in San Joaquin County, and supports and encourages the efforts which will improve the health and well-being of all of our citizens. Presented this 27th day of September 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you. Would you like to make a few comments?
Sure. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for recognizing October 23rd to October 29th as California National Lead Week in San Joaquin County. This helps us promote various activities organized during the month of October. At this occasion, I would like to thank and acknowledge our partnership with the Environmental Health. With their collaboration, we continue to work towards eliminating lead exposure to children in our community. Thank you.
Stephen, did you want to make a comment?
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen and member of the board. First, I would like to thank you make this week as a lead poison prevention week. As we know, the lead could damage a child's brain, especially the age under 6 or younger. And this proclamation make the announcement say the lead poisoning can be avoided if we have the public education to make them aware of the lead hazard. So thank you all.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you again, Chairman. Lead poisoning, you would think, is something from a foregone era and long gone because of the awareness of it, but yet you find out that every year there's still that contaminant and children are exposed. So every effort possible, and as we're talking about and celebrating public safety and public health, I think it's fitting, this proclamation, and drawing attention for this very concerning issue. So thank you for the efforts, and you have our support.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I'm just going to echo thank you for all of the work that you do. It is really important, and there is still a lot of education that needs to be done to protect all of our residents, but especially to protect our children. Exposure to lead is far more damaging the younger you are, and so we really appreciate it. We're happy to highlight this issue, and thank you, and keep up the good work.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here. We appreciate it, and thank you for the education and awareness of lead poisoning. As we mentioned, lead exposure is preventable, and making sure our parents and parents of small children realize that what lead can do and how susceptible their children are. Because if you think about it, and like Supervisor Patty mentioned, you think it's a long time error and everybody knows about it, but there are many homes, many old buildings that have lead paint, right? And so thank you, and continue doing the great job that you do. We appreciate it. So God bless.
Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. I want to appreciate all your efforts in just educating us on lead poisoning. I know it's very dangerous, especially for children. So appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to educate the public in regards to this, because unfortunately this is kind of an invisible thing people aren't aware of, and as has been stated, people thought, lead poisoning is long gone with paint, all this other. But I want to thank you, your departments, in regards to taking the lead on this, and certainly providing the resources to educate the public to make sure that as many children as possible are protected from the possible exposure to lead. So again, thank you all for what you are all doing. Thank you. Just for information, and I don't know if anybody is here for the appeal with the Viaggio application, but that's been withdrawn, so we will not be having an afternoon meeting on the appeal this afternoon. So anyway, for those who may be wondering about that. And now we move to public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, appointments, consent calendar, and closed session items. Request you fill out a comment form if you address the board in person. Time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There's a device on the podium, green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda. This is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the board of supervisors and not the audience. So, Robert Wilson.
Good morning, members of the board and public. My name is Robert Wilson. I live here in Stockton, California, and I'm a taxpayer here in this fair city. Pay too many taxes, but what the heck, you know, that's the way it goes. At any rate, I'm here because I'll just tell it real quick. I don't want to limit this to 3 minutes, I believe, right? So, using a parable here, when Sarah Palin was running for with John McCain for vice president of the United States, and after McCain's campaign had fizzled out and Sarah went back to Alaska, she was hounded to death by political operatives. And it's unfortunate that they went and just dug through her life with a microscope. They went and got every single email and every text and everything she'd ever done as governor of Alaska. They spent a year going through all this stuff. A guy actually rented a house next door to where Sarah Palin and her husband and kids lived to spy on them right next door. And they did this for a year, and they went through all this stuff, and after a year, guess what they found? Absolutely nothing, just normal business. She was taking care of business as governor. They found not a thing. And this is indicative of what's happening generally in state and national levels today, and some local areas today, of what's going on here, where when you can't find anything bad about somebody, you just make it up and throw it against the wall and see if it sticks. And if that doesn't work, you get another pile of muck and throw that against the wall and see if it sticks. And we have an unfortunate situation here, which I believe I'm entitled to speak out because I'm a taxpayer in this here fair jurisdiction, where an individual was hired for a staff of one of the members of the Board of Supervisors. And basically, she wasn't a legitimate staff. She was a paid operative who was put in there to cause trouble for individuals on the board. And, you know, I'm aware of dirty tricks for campaigns, you know, and, you know, doing tactics that may be a little rough around the edges and stuff like that. That's just part of the process. But hiring people to make stuff up, which is what happened in this particular case. I'm talking about accusations that were leveled against Supervisor Tom Patty. They were made up out of whole cloth, have no basis in fact, and in point of fact, there should have never even been an investigation by a biased individual from San Francisco put together to investigate this matter. This should have been tossed in the trash can, and shame on the Human Resources Department of the County of San Joaquin to waste any of my taxpayer money on this phony, fraudulent investigation, which needs to go the way of the dodo bird. I'm very disappointed that individuals on this board would stoop to these kind of tactics because it's inappropriate, unnecessary, and needs to stop. This issue needs to be put to rest and thrown out. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you do the right things, especially Mr. Wynn and Ms. Miller. Thank you very much.
Joni Shoemaker.
Good morning, board. Have you noticed there's a fire going on in the county and in the state? And I'm not talking about forest fires that are burning around us. I'm talking about the fire of corruption with the voting machines. And you have an opportunity as leaders in our community to put this fire out. Please, I urge you to get rid of the voting machines, all of them. There's none of the makes are good. You've obviously shown that counting, hand counting the ballots works. That had to, take place in the last election. Elections coming up again, and you have the opportunity to put the machines to rest and go back to paper ballots. It would be to your benefit, Tom, to do this. Do hand counting, check IDs. It can happen, and you can make it happen. Thank you.
Is it Darren or Lauren? I'm not sure which. Must be Lauren. Willie Taro. Sorry.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Lauren Wiley-Tarullo. I own a gift shop on the Miracle Mile. It's a specialty home and gift store. I was contacted in early September by San Joaquin County Employment and Economic Development Department, along with other small business owners, to come to the meeting and discuss our experience with the RAD card program, and as the board considers whether to continue the program and to increase funding. So my business has been open since June of 2021. As a gift shop, we're obviously not an essential business, but we do provide a service to the community, and especially in my community, which is really small and walkable. And I think that people think the Miracle Mile is a really special place, and I'm happy to contribute to that. Unfortunately, when the economy is suffering like it is right now, businesses like mine are often the first to take a hit, specifically just because we don't sell essential goods. And when people are considering whether or not they have enough money to pay for gas or groceries, then they're not necessarily thinking about gifts. The RAD card program would put more money in San Joaquin County customers' pockets, especially as we turn the corner on the holiday season. This would stimulate our local small business economy at a time when the convenience and the discounts available online are especially enticing. For reference, last year customers spent $14,000 in RAD money at my business. To date, they've spent almost $11,000 in 2022, accounting for almost 12% of my total sales for 2021 and 2022. Obviously, I can't speak for other businesses, but I am particularly enthusiastic about this program, and the other small businesses I know and work with are also very enthusiastic about this program, and I hope that the board will consider extending the program and making additional funding available. Thank you to the board and for the community.
Thank you. Carla Hune.
Good morning. How are all you this morning?
Good morning.
So I'm going to reiterate regarding the Heart Verity machine 3.1. The machines are vulnerable to hacking, and the machines have not been certified. Now, they've started recertifying in other states on the 14th of September, but they are still run under Windows 7, which is obsolete and not even supported by Microsoft. So there's no updates whatsoever. They do some security patches once in a while. The EAC, no voting system in the United States, has been certified since 2015 that meets the federal election standards. You are liable for that if something happens, you as the Board of Supervisors, because you're the ones that approved the heart machines. So you need to know that, okay? We're hoping, as we've talked before, we don't need the machines. We can do a hand count in the precincts, and we can do it in probably 2 days. It approximately would be 2,180 ballots per precinct if it was even, which it won't be, but it can be done. And then we take the numbers, send them to SOS, send them to ROV, and then give all the ballots to the ROV. They can run it through the machines, but at least we know our hand count is correct. Thank you.
Melanie Knott.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen, Board of Supervisors. I rise again today to speak about election integrity. Do each one of you, as public servants of San Joaquin County, believe we had a secure election in 2020? You may answer yes. You may be surprised to know that prior to the 2020 election, many civil and public servants, regardless of their party affiliation, cried out across this country, and I quote, "Insecure elections, foreign interference, voting machines vulnerable to hacking." Today I ask you, what has changed? I hear many people in our county, state, and across this country ask themselves, what's the use of my vote? It appears many people suspect the democratic process of our elections are being compromised in a good number of methods, possibly by laws recently enacted by our state government. Our elections are being replaced by selections. Let me refer you back to the cry out of many people. Unsecure elections, foreign interference, voting machines vulnerable to hacking. That sounds a lot like a burning concern about election technology. In other words, the machines. Last time I spoke and made a public comment, I mentioned a man, Clint Curtis. He's a computer programmer who was asked by a legislator to create vote rigging software for electronic voting machines. This is what is called an algorithm, programming of voting machines, tabulators to create a predetermined result, otherwise known as selection and not an election. In a court case, a judge asked Mr. Clint Curtis, are there software programs to be used to secretly fix elections? Clint Curtis's answer was, I wrote the first algorithm to rig or flip votes using electronic computer machines. I'll close with this. We need to have a full forensic audit, 2020, of our elections. Clean up our voter registration rules. No more universal mail-in ballots. Require voter ID. Return to one-day voting. And my goodness, let's get rid of the machines.
Tony Amador.
Had time for me. I have to get my glasses on, and I'm going to make my comments brief, but I did reduce them to writing so I wouldn't mess up here. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the Board of Supervisors regarding the election integrity and its administration in San Joaquin County. As a member of the Election Advisory Committee appointed by Supervisor Chuck Wynn, I especially want the Registrar of Voters Office to be successful. The importance of perceived and real trust in the election process should be achieved, as trust in the process allows for trust in our republic. Voting and trust in the process helps us to have confidence in the system and a belief that the outcomes of elections were honestly conducted. As I told Supervisor Wynn, I want to serve on such an important committee, but I won't serve and dedicate my time if you want a rubber stamp member. Supervisor Wynn told me that that was not the goal, and here I stand as one of his appointees. Stand as one of his appointees on what I consider one of the most important things facing government today. The committee has met twice. One issue that arose and was at our first meeting was questioning of an acceptance of $586,000 from the Center for Tech and Civic Life, referred to as Zuckerbucks. This money was part of the $250 million contributed by Facebook, or more correctly, Mark Zuckerberg. These accepted Zuckerbucks were deemed okay, regardless of the appearance of a conflict of interest from left-leaning organizations. The acceptance of the money was defended as not an actual conflict. And here's what is important. Our goal should be to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest, not an actual conflict. I will summarize by stating the work of the Election Advisory Committee has not begun. We have not followed Robert's Rules of Order. We had only 3 members at our second and only meeting, which is not a quorum. And we're told that our next meeting would be in January 2023. Before I can lend reputation and support to the Registrar of Voters and its functions, more has to be done. The members need to participate in the setting of future agendas, and if the chair of the Election Advisory Committee, then agendas need to be provided the members ahead of the meeting, and the ability to add agenda items by the members. If this is not done, I cannot and will not lend my credibility to the outcomes of the Advisory Committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Martha Snyder.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen and members of the board. I'm Martha Snyder. I'm Carl Ross Post 16 Post Service Officer. My fellow veterans and I have spoken here before, and we thank you for your continued support of veterans. Perhaps still not quite clear with the Board of Supervisors is that our San Joaquin County Veteran Service Office has 2 extreme problems. The first problem is that it's undermanned. Currently, it's at 2, possibly 3 fully trained people to deal with veteran claims. We have over 32,000 veterans in our county that are known veterans that seek assistance from that Veteran Service Office. Just down the road from us in Stanislaus County, they have 28,000 veterans and they have 8 people in their office. We desperately need to up the manning. One of the reasons that we need to up the manning is that the new French Camp Clinic that veterans like myself in Stockton are transferring from Palo Alto to NorCal is just the tip of the iceberg. They're estimating that within the year 2023, regionally, because we'll take in veterans from Amador, Stanislaus, Calaveras County, as well as San Joaquin going to that clinic, that we will have 90,000 veterans frequenting our shores in our county. The Veteran Service Office needs to have the manning sufficient to not only take care of our county veterans, but the veterans that will be coming in. In the first 6 months of this year, we had 532 of our San Joaquin County veterans go to Stanislaus because they could get something done. When we call the Veteran Service Office, we often get voicemail. My husband, in particular, another veteran, he called a couple of weeks back, and it took him a week and a half to return a phone call to him. There's a veteran from my post that's going to the Veteran Service Office next week on October the 5th to get a claim processed. That actual appointment was made last spring in May to get into the office. And it just keeps escalating. If you call today and you actually get through, then you will actually have possibility of getting a face-to-face appointment in January or February of next year. And the other thing that's critically important is we need to move the VSO office out of San Joaquin Street, get it out by the French Camp Clinic, maybe put it on the Delta College campus, but the doors being locked all the time, people not being able to go there, it being an unsafe community for both staff and for the veterans being serviced, no parking, it's impossible. Please take care of it.
Just for information, Ms. Snyder, I met with the chairperson of the Veterans Advisory Commission yesterday, and those issues you raised, we're going to address. So just for your information. So veterans have not been forgotten. We will look into these issues. Thank you. Holly Moore.
Morning, Supervisors.
Morning.
I appreciate the time Ms. Hale has put towards her presentation today, but I'm afraid it's for nothing. Why? Because our system is connected to the internet. How else could I know within 8 minutes that my vote was registered if it wasn't connected to the internet? Because the poll pads connected to the internet told something else connected to the internet to send me a text. That's how. Once anything is connected to the internet, it's vulnerable. Not to mention that our voting system runs on Microsoft 7. It's ancient. There are no upgrades or patches for it. It's open to the world and easily hacked. How can I be expected to trust it? And our system here is not the only place our votes can be stolen. When our votes are sent to the Secretary of State, are they driven there by car? Are they sent by a letter? No, of course not. They're sent by email. They're sent on the internet. And they are, again, vulnerable. At any point, our vote totals can be run through algorithms, like Melanie said earlier, that can change votes. None of this can be trusted when our computers are involved. We want to vote Amish. We want pens, papers, and hand counts. That's what we want. No computers. Oh, but we need speed, you say. Oh, well, right. It takes us a month in California to tally our votes. Is that speed? No, not at all. We could count them in one night at the precinct level, just like France does. It's not a story. This is real. We don't need speed or convenience. We need security. Nothing is more important, and everything should focus on securing our votes. It only takes, like she said earlier, 10 lines of code to create an algorithm to change votes. 10 lines, that's all. Are you guys going to go through the millions of lines of code in our computers to find it? It's there. Do you know somebody who can do it? No. And often code is written in the USB drives. And how is data moved around on election night? It's moved around on USB drives. The algorithm is in the USB drives themselves. How can we trust that system? We can't. With all the documentaries that have come out, and we've seen state after state enact stricter election laws. Now, while California hasn't done anything, there's nothing holding you back as the lesser magistrates from doing something, from enacting stricter laws. Absolutely, you can do something. In fact, it is your duty to do so. And we expect a standard to be set in this county, California County, that other counties will follow. It will take courage to vote Amish, but I know that we can do it, and we must do it for security's sake. Thank you.
Tony Nassetti.
You guys got that group all fired up over here over this voting stuff. So if you guys don't know who I am, I'm Tony Nassetti. I'm the little trouble child here in town last week. They brought the Hells Angels to Stockton, California. I will tell you, they were the most modest group I've ever worked with in 16 years. We followed every step. We communicated with law enforcement. To be told when it was sprung on them is baloney. We worked our butt off. We made Sonny Barger went to sleep. We had a memorial here. We made history in Stockton, California. I've made a lot of history. I opened a racetrack that closed in 2006. I saved an asparagus festival. But I took a butt pounding on TV last Friday. I'm not happy about it. That's why I'm here today. I will never put public safety in trouble around here. I want these people to know here in San Joaquin County, I did this for a historical event at a historical racetrack, and I was really mad. We kept it so low key putting it together, and the reporters all came to Stockton because it came out of the Department French campus, how they found out about it. What the Hells Angels, we laid it out. We had a luncheon. Some of you folks were there. But I want the public to know that in their best safety, them people were the best I've ever worked with. I was so happy at the end of the day. We had no incidences at Stockton 99 Speedway. We couldn't even get EMTs in this county to work for us because we were shut off all around here. We had to get them out of Oakland. We had 6 people that went down with heat exhaustion and dehydration, old people. We took care of them. But as far as the people coming into this property, we didn't bring 40 or 50,000 here like the department was telling my neighbors and pissed off my landlords. I had nothing but trouble with it. But that's why I try like heck in this county to do the good things for you folks. That's all I got to say here. If I could get a little bit, somebody would say thank you to them folks because they did everything they did. And we've set Sonny Barger to sleep. Thank you.
Rick Demas. Paul Christensen, I believe. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Rick Demas. My passion is veterans. I have no set statement, but I'm going to shoot from the hip. I've been dealing with the VS service officer for years. I mean, even before you guys all you members are here. Back in time, after I got back out of Vietnam, I went to go apply for a claim to my injuries in Vietnam. The veteran service officer called me a crybaby and a baby killer. You know, that really pissed me off. Okay, later on, after I went and hid for years, I came back and tried putting in for a claim again, and they couldn't help me. I had to go to Modesto to put in for a claim. They finally helped me. I finally got my claim. I got going. I got my disability going. Lately, I've been getting a lot of complaints from veterans from Veteran Service Officer here in Stockton, and they just go in. They don't have no information. Point. I had one guy was just asking a simple question. I need paperwork to get my California Veterans Home Loan out of the CalVet loan. Anyway, they said, we can't help you. We don't know. They said, we can't help you at all. We don't know what to do or whatever they had in mind. But anyway, I got on the internet and went to the website, California State. I pulled out the form. I give it to the veteran here at my own home, and he got his claim going. Because recently, this other veteran called me and says, Mr. Demas, I need a form. I need information on burial, you know, and they couldn't help him either. You know, this has been, I mean, you know, this has been a bad, you know, and I know most of you guys are leaving. Patty's leaving, Miller's leaving, and Mr. Villapulta, you guys are going. You're not going to help us anymore. But I hope the next board members come out and help the veterans. You guys know, you know, I've worked with you, Tom and Mr. Villapulta, you know. So we need your help to help our veterans with a decent veteran service officer to help our veterans out. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Paul, is it Christensen?
Christofferson, but that's close enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to address my representatives of my community. I am a resident of San Joaquin County, District 4, and I'm here to speak on a couple of items, election integrity and also community health and safety, which you guys have been talking about a lot this morning. Voter rolls are a mess. They need to be looked at, taken care of. Electronics in voting and technology in voting has proven to be inadequate in its present form. There's lots of facts being presented to you today. We hope that you review them and take action. If we need to go back to one vote and one inked finger, like they did in Afghanistan, and those people showed a lot of pride in voting, then we need to go back to that. Because the electronics and stuff are being manipulated, and it's being proven to be manipulated. So if we have to go back to basics, then let's go back to basics and you know, prove that we did our vote, because it is unfair. It's unfair to the people that are running in the races, and it's unfair to all the voters who want to exercise their right, their constitutional right, to make that vote. The second thing I want to talk about is community health and safety. All we want as people of this community is the truth about health and safety. COVID-19 has been a mishmash of garbage. It's been a lot of terrible lies and misinformation been given to the public in radio commercials, in TV commercials, in infomercials that are paid for with our tax dollars. You just need to look around in our communities. Look at for safety with homeless and indigents on the streets, the highways, in our public spaces, in our parks. This is not safe. This is under your purview to take care of this mess. And I think as taxpayers and residents of this community, we expect something to be done. Madera is a perfect example of there are no homeless people on the highways. You drive through Madera down Highway 99. I just went through there last week. I couldn't imagine not seeing a tent city anywhere on that highway. But what are they doing right that we're doing wrong? Those are the questions you guys need to be asking yourselves to protect us if you really want to talk about community health and safety. Thank you for your time.
Alex LaFerris.
My name is Alex Olaferis, and of course I'm going to always reiterate this one New York Times article dated July 26, 2007, in the New York Times, titled, "Scientists Tests Hack into Electronic Voting Systems in California and Elsewhere." They knew it then that these voting machines are hackable. And I'll read one paragraph. The California report said the scientists, acting at the state's request, had hacked into systems from 3 of the 4 largest companies in the business: Diebold Election Systems, Hart Intercivic, and Sequoia Voting Systems. And up here it says, the report said investigators had created a situation in which these weaknesses could be exploited to affect the correct reading, reporting, and tallying of votes. In the beginning paragraph, it says, computer scientists from California universities have hacked into 3 voting systems used in California and elsewhere in the nation, found several ways in which vote totals could potentially be altered. So folks, we knew this back in the day, and they passed it. And it's about time we ban the voting machines. The Hart here, and don't use voting machines, hand count, paper ballots, same day voting. Other nations like France do it, and we could do it. It's ironic because there is a quote that one says, it came from Dr. David Clemens, we have selections, not elections. To get the trust back, we need to ban the voting machines. And by the way, there's 100 counties across America that have banned the voting machines. For example, Otero County down in New Mexico. There's 2, Ney County in Nevada has banned the voting machines. It's a county north of Clark County. So there are counties, county by county, they're being banned. And there's a lot of things happening. And by the way, we need to clean up the voting rolls. You know, why are we having dead people vote? We know it's going on. You know, you can't fool the public anymore. And by the way, and the second issue is, why do we still have the COVID emergency order? I mean, this is ridiculous. We still have it. You haven't ended it. State California has ended it. Why haven't you ended it? And you still talk about this thing. This is ridiculous, folks. While we have homeless trash and homeless people across the county, I have to go every day at a building my family owns in Lodi to kick out homeless people and clean up their damn filth in our private property that the family owns. And they're right next to the freeway. So this is a disgrace. I've been to other countries, and I didn't see homeless people in Zurich I didn't see homeless people in Greece. Here in America, we have it.
Pat Durrett.
Good morning. Making it short, I love to live in the solution and not the problem. These folks have been coming here for several months with these complaints. And I wasn't going to say anything today, but when I kept listening to them, all I kept thinking was, why don't we make a motion, take a second, and why aren't the Board of Supervisors voting on this issue before November? Get it on your calendar and let's do a vote on it. Because if this is the case, I've always trusted our systems, but I learned more history in the last few months from groups of folks talking about this ballot issue that maybe we should just get rid of it. I know Chair Wynn said after the election you're getting new machines, but that's I didn't know that either. I know. So the bottom line is I think we should move forward and try and get rid of these machines before the next election in November. So I'm hoping you'll take this to heart and say, let's make a vote on it. Let's bring it to the agenda. Let's work with the people of this county.
You have Jim Hicks, Alex, and Molly Watkins for the agenda item. Do you want to speak now or do you want to wait? Okay, that's fine. Yep, you're up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, my lesser magistrates. It's a pleasure to address you this morning. I want to read a paragraph from a Heritage Foundation article. It goes like this: the right to vote in a free and fair election, and I want to emphasize free and fair, is the most basic civil right and one on which many other rights of the American people depend. Protecting the right to vote and safeguarding the integrity and security of our elections are fundamental to preserving and maintaining our great republic. And I think everybody will agree with that. Now, we've been coming here for months, just like we came to you for months with the COVID issues. We're coming to you with this. And we would hope that we would get a better response. But let me tell you another thing from this article. This happened in 2005, the National Commission on Federal Election Reform that was chaired by former President Jimmy Carter and former Secretary of State James A. Baker III. And I quote from this commission: the electoral system cannot inspire public confidence. And you're seeing that when you're walking around. And how many times have you heard, I'm not going to vote. Why does it matter? My vote doesn't matter. It doesn't count. We're hearing that all the time, and it's scary. So the electoral system cannot inspire public confidence if no safeguards exist, no IDs, anybody can vote. To deter or detect fraud or to confirm the identities of voters. This is from 2005. They were having these concerns, and that's what they put forward. And we're still talking about it today with no action. And I go back to my initial address to you of a lesser magistrate. And I meant that in all due respect, because I know it says do not have a personal attack against you, and that wasn't intended. Hopefully you didn't take it as that. But probably a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years now, I gave each of you a book, Doctrine of Lesser Magistrates. Do you remember getting it? Do any of you remember? I know you do, Chuck, because you said it's on your desk. I doubt if any of you read it. So I would like a favor. Next time I'm here, will you bring me the books back? Because I want to give it to someone who will read it. Because you have the obligation to protect us. You're the closest person to the citizens of San Joaquin County. Yes, we have garbage coming down from the state, but thank God we had people that stood up against the tyranny of the crown, and they came here and formed the most perfect union of America. We're asking you to do that for San Joaquin County. Protect us from these people. If you can't get away with the voter machines, do both. Do the day ballot. Do both. See what happens. Try that.
Alex Aferis. Alex, you're up. Okay. All right. Molly Watkins.
Good morning. The more I look into the election process, the more questions and concerns I have. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this presentation to answer some of these questions, I hope. With that said, I ask that the election committee formed by this board be an independent committee that answers to you, the supervisors, and not to the registrar. The community was told this committee was going to look into the election process. So let them operate as an independent committee. Let them have their own meeting dates, set their own agendas, and have support staff from you and not the registrar's office. This would be the only way the public will have trust in the information that comes out of the committee, is if they operate independently, and hopefully the results will give us confidence in the election process. But please consider that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Clerk of the board.
Thank you. The first written comment was submitted by Kathy Davis, who writes, Joaquin, do you know what the First Amendment is? Obviously not. Your arrogance and the obvious malicious attack you demonstrate on anything to do with Supervisor Patty is a demonstration of your hate-filled jealousy. From the day you were elected and the divisive actions you have taken since, it is a blessing that you will be terming out and we can have new leadership and get rid of such a bitter man. Kathy Miller, you are full of hate and also malicious in your nature, as you and your assistant have clearly demonstrated party attack actions against someone that you oppose politically. Kathy, you will also leave office to a celebration. This county is going to be much better when you are out of office, since you clearly accomplished absolutely nothing. You offered nothing new, you contributed nothing to make a difference with the homeless issue plaguing our county. Kathy Miller and Chuck Wynn, you are both failures in leadership to be so consumed with your attacks, but you excel at arrogance. Shame on both of you. Supervisor Rickman, thank you for being the one voice of reason with thoughtful reflection on the reality and fairness of how Tom Patty has been treated. Miguel Villapudois, you show that you care for your community, but you fail to stand up against bullies. Supervisor Patty has always stood up for you, and you turned your back on him against make-believe victims. The next comment was submitted by Lindsay Wentz, who writes, thank you for your time and attention. The RAD card program has been a wonderful addition to our community. It has allowed us to offer a more economical solution to our clients and customers. It has allowed some clients who may have gone to a big chain or sought lesser quality products and services because of financial constraints to stay with us at Mint Salon. This has benefited the 14 stylists who work at Mint as well as the salon itself, effectively benefiting 15 small businesses based on our small community. I highly encourage the continuation of this program and advocate for the allocation of additional funding to keep the program going. Thank you again for your time and consideration. Lindsay Wentz, owner and stylist, Mint Salon, Lodi, California. The next comment was submitted by Becky Kahan, who writes, this program has been a great thing to have. It's helped our business grow greatly when things got tough and managed to help us steady in business. We are very grateful that there is a way that you are able to help small business in our county. Tom Gill writes, as a business participating in the RAD card program, it helped us a great deal. We are a new business that opened up in the pandemic, and the RAD card helped us with providing us marketing by being listed on their website and app. We gained more foot traffic, customers were able to splurge on items and purchase items they otherwise wouldn't have otherwise. Taking the red card helped us lower our credit card processing fees as the direct deposits hit our bank account weekly. Some of the red customers became regulars or started coming in more often. We gained new customers as new customers knew we were here now and open. We hope there will be more funding for the red card program soon. The red card helped our sales increase by 10%. Thank you for allowing us to participate in the red card program and for this comment. The next comment was submitted by Shauna Brandt, who writes, in our opinion, the red card has been a huge success for the small businesses that have chosen to participate. We 100% saw an increase in spending and have definitely seen a decrease now that funds are no longer available. I truly believe this program is crucial for small businesses, especially while navigating this uncharted territory, trying to find the, quote, new normal, end quote, post-COVID. Our customers loved the program and spent when they otherwise would not have. We have people ask us daily if we think more money will be added. I know wholeheartedly that this program has helped us. So many other businesses have had the same experience, and we have shared the same thoughts and feelings as we have. We implore you to please consider adding additional funds. This program was genius, and to stop it now doesn't feel the right time. Small businesses are fragile right now. Give us the boost we need to thrive. Next comment was submitted by Anonymous and writes, Chairman Nguyen, Kathy Miller, and Miguel Villalpudua all shame your county. The ongoing attacks against Tom Patty is a demonstration of dirty politics with bias. Kathy Miller, you put up a front of victimhood, but we all know you are a guilty, hateful, and nasty person that has taken every opportunity to attack a fellow supervisor because he doesn't bow to you. Your assistant was a political operative hired to attack Tom Patty from day one, when she claimed she was a victim of sexist actions never once taken against her. Instead of doing county work, it appears that your staff was focused on filing outlandish claims of abuse that have no reality, but in spite of this, it gave you and Joaquin the opportunity you seek to attack Tom Patty. Miguel Villalpudua, you are a weak leader that buckles to any pressure from any anonymous letter sent in. You turn your back on reason and bow down when told to do so, and against someone you call a friend that has only praised and supported you. Miguel, shame on you. Only Supervisor Rickman stands on principle while the rest of you attack a supervisor that pushes to get things done. Instead of attacking Tom Patty, you should get behind him and support his calls to action. Shame on you, Joaquin. We all know you're hateful, biased, and we know you do your son's work, not the county's work. The next comment was submitted by Robert and writes, BOS, do you know what's worse than a Democrat? A rhino. Yes, we know what we know and we see you, Tom. The Dems tell us this is who I am and where I stand. You, Tom, are worse because you hide behind a lie. We know you are compromised. The community knows about the filthy secret you had covered. Yes, the prostitute. We also set the company you keep, Silva and Motec. You are harder and both bad news. Voting for the lesser of the two evils is still a vote for evil. The next comment was submitted by Anonymous and writes, I want to thank Chair Nguyen, Supervisor Villalpudua, and Supervisor Miller for moving forward to ensure our board is professional and that all supervisors represent not just their party but their constituents of this county. The people of this county as a whole pay taxes to have 100% representation from the board in all services and in respect each other as equals. The next comment was submitted by Anonymous 1, who writes, thank you, Board of Supervisors, for censuring the bully on your board. Too bad he put his tail between his legs and left before the vote. This is the person that wants to represent us in Washington. That's the big leagues. They tear his fragile ego apart, and they have real newspapers there, not like the Stockton Record that couldn't even figure out that a sitting supervisor was censured. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, a friend of mine was at the Ports game on September 1st. He happened to say, quote, vote for Josh Harder when Tom Patty was nearby. Tom Patty came up to him and yelled the F word 4 times in public with kids nearby. Tom does not have the temperament or the maturity to hold office. The next comment was also submitted anonymously and writes, I would like to thank Kathy Miller and her colleagues for standing up to the bullying tactics of Tom Patty. Tom Patty has embraced the ideas of former President number 45 that you can insult and bully and humiliate other people in order to win or retain office. Recently, Mr. Patty was witnessed at a Stockton Ports game, a family event, telling some constituents who favor Josh Harder to shut the F up, to not effing record him, and to get the F out of here. Why did this? He did this in front of women and young children. This is a bad man and a mean man and a person who should not be holding public office. Kathy Miller has stood up to his bullying and his threatening. This is what we teach our children in school. Stand up to bullies or they will never stop. Kathy Miller is a good example for future generations, and she should be thanked and commended for taking the position she did. The next comment was also submitted anonymously and writes, I commend the actions of the supervisors who voted to censure Supervisor Patty. Based on a fairly lengthy history of alleged and reported violations of the Code of Ethics, the censure against Patty appears long overdue. Thank you, Supervisors Nguyen, Villapudua, and Miller. Next comment was also submitted anonymously and writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, I want to make sure that Supervisors Villapudua, Nguyen, and Miller are publicly thanked for their vote to censure Supervisor Patty at last week's meeting. I am sure it was very difficult for Supervisor Miguel Villapudua to make that decision, as he is a friend of Patty's. Supervisor Villapudua's strength to call out Patty's unethical behavior shows how clear-cut the violations were. Supervisor Villapudua did not bow to the intimidation, although Supervisor Rickman did give in to the peer pressure, which is unfortunate. Again, thank you to the Supervisors Nguyen, Supervisor Miller, and Supervisor Villapudua for censuring that no one is above the rules of common courtesy and decency. Sincerely, a voting citizen. The next comment was also submitted anonymously and writes, Thank you, Supervisor Villapudua, Supervisor Nguyen, and Supervisor Miller for doing the right thing and voting to censure Tom Patty. Supervisor Patty may think ethics are optional or a joke, but the citizens of San Joaquin County deserve better. Thank you for following your principles. Next comment was submitted by Sai, who writes, As a local resident in Stockton, California, I would like to publicly thank Supervisors Chuck Nguyen, Miguel Villapudua, and Kathy Miller for doing the right thing by voting to censure Tom Patty. And the last comment was submitted by Madeline Kirk-Connell, who writes, I want to thank the members of the Board of Supervisors, Kathy Miller, Miguel Villapudua, and Chuck Nguyen for their censuring of Tom Patty, who tried to abolish the county's Code of Ethics. How is it possible that an honest person would want to eliminate, abolish a code of ethics when ethical behavior is so vital to a functioning democracy? Deep thanks to those who had the courage to stand up for what is right. And Chairman Nguyen, that concludes the general public comments.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Mr. Amador?
I would just take 2 seconds to say I consider Tom Patty and Chuck Nguyen both my friends. I also do not appreciate my time, because I have other items more important than supervisors' meetings in my personal life right now, reading anonymous. If people do not have the fortitude, good or bad, to sign letters, I don't know what mandates you to have these type of letters written. So I object to that. If there's something you could do to eliminate any anonymous, good or bad, comments, people don't have the fortitude to sign their names, you shouldn't read them into the record and make them public. Thank you.
Joni? Hey, you need to come up to the microphone if you're going to speak, please.
My husband sent an email last night and it wasn't read.
Chairman Nguyen, I do have public comments for the discussion item. Was it regarding the election?
Yes.
Yeah. So we do have a discussion item on the agenda, at which time those public comments will be read as well.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other comments, close the public comment. Moving to appointments to boards and commissions. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Item 2.1, approve the appointment positions of various board and commissions. Assessment Appeals Board number 1, category 3rd and regular member, 1 position, position number 1313. Recommend for appointment Robert Smolke. And Lockford Municipal Advisory Council, category member, 1 position, position number 4401.4. Recommended for appointment Christy Locke. And Chair, I will make that in the form of a motion.
Second. A motion and a second. Please vote. And that's adopted 5-0.
Your colleagues for standing
Thank
up to
you.
the bullying tactics of Tom Petty. Tom Petty has embraced the ideas of
All right. All right, moving to consent items. Anyone wishing to pull a consent item? Seeing none, all right, I need a motion and a second.
So moved. Second.
And it's adopted 5-0.
teach our children in school. Stand up to bullies or they will never stop. Kathy Miller's
Where's our IT when we need them?
Ghost.
All right. All right, moving on, discussion items. Discuss and consider directing county staff to look at possibility of allowing long-term lease or option to purchase a portion of Gioni Park. Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. I have Giannone Park in my district, and working with Carol Nellis, and we're discussing how maybe have a housing project, and hopefully we can put some families in there and improve the neighborhood, and maybe basically asking the CAO's office to look into it, maybe doing some background history on it. I'd like to have Carol say a few words if possible.
Okay. Morning.
And boards of supervisors. I'm Carol Ornelas, CEO of Visionary Home Builders, 315 North San Joaquin Street. I'm really excited to be part of this discussion that we've been having regarding Giannone Park and housing. I think back to when we did Gleason Park, very similar to what we see in Giannone Park, where we brought housing, a school, Head Start, all to put eyes in the park and get the park back into use. So today's proposal is to go out into the community, work with the community, and see what their feelings are about bringing some housing, some new housing in an area that probably hasn't seen new housing in the last 50 years, and to update the park where children can play. You as Board of Supervisors have done a good job putting a community center out there and having services out there, but definitely there needs to be injections of some improvements. And with recent dollars from the state of California, that also includes looking at parks in the surrounding area, the lighting out in that area. There is no lighting, but to put some lighting in there so it is inviting and welcoming for families to come out and bring their children and feel safe in the environment. So by putting some housing near the park, would definitely put those eyes that you desperately need when you are creating a community. So we hope today that you will consider the proposal of going out in the community, seeing what the community would like, and then bringing it back, and hopefully we can design a park with housing and an updated place where children can play. I'm open to any questions.
Supervisor?
Well, basically, Carol has all the answers, so I was going to ask the board if they had any questions. Right now, we're just looking for the county administrator's office to look into it, if it's possible, if it's, that section of the park, of Giannone Park, is not being used. So if we can utilize that and build some housing, and at the same time, we can improve the neighborhood, is what we're looking for. But we need the board's recommendation to go ahead and do some background on it.
Okay. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. When I first heard about this, I thought, oh no, taking away open space from a community that desperately needs it. But I thought, I'm going to keep an open mind. I'm going to wait. I'm going to hear. I'm going to see. And what became very obvious to me is that the really thoughtful use of some parkland that is not currently being used because it's not maintained and there really is no way for the community to utilize it. And I was working downtown during the Gleason Park years, and I saw firsthand the difference that Visionary's development made, not only to the park, but for the school and for the kids that utilized that park area while they were attending the school. Gleason Park used to be absolutely filled with needles, open drug dealing. I mean, they literally chased the kids away. And it has been a whole different place. And I have watched the visionary projects over the years. I have several of them in my district. And I think one of the most compelling features of them is that while they are housing for very low-income families, they are so well managed that you can go back 20 years later and you do not see a rundown property or a quote-unquote poor neighborhood. You see a really vibrant community that remains vibrant. Part of that is the component of the Head Start. Part of it is on-site management. Part of it is exactly what Ms. Ornelas is saying with lighting. And so after looking at all of this and also having a real understanding of the track record of Visionary, we're not really approving a project today. All we're really doing is providing direction to the county administrator's office and to any other departments that need to be brought into this to explore this possibility. I don't even know if it's how the mechanism would work for selling or leasing part of parkland. But I do know that not only is the housing needed there, the Head Start program is needed in that neighborhood, and the upgrades to this, to the community center and to the open space is really needed in this community. And so I want to thank Supervisor Villaputua for engaging in the conversations, bringing this forward to us. I certainly think it's worth us exploring at this point. I think there's a lot of potential here, and we'll see where it goes. But thank you for continuing. I watch every time I go down Minor Avenue. I'm watching the progress there as well. So thank you for all of your projects in the past and the ones that I know you'll continue to develop in the future, and where this goes. But I'm definitely in support of at least pursuing.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Unequivocally, 100%. This is fantastic. All of the praise that Supervisor Miller's giving is well-deserved. The projects that you've run, the programs, the integration, the enhancement, the improvement, quality of life, everything across the board is, you've got this golden touch. So I don't know how we could do like 10 more of these. So keep looking and promoting and asking, engaging with Supervisor Villaputua in this example was going to be a fantastic idea that you'll get support in any manner. I believe that in any manner possible that I as a supervisor can support this, and the other supervisors under consideration of all factors, I'm sure you might find a very warm welcome as well. So absolutely, thank you, and thanks to Supervisor Villaputua for bringing this forward.
Anyone else? Well, full disclosure, I have met with Ms. Ornelas in regards to the project, and I guess what struck me and is obviously apparent today is when I was on City Council, the state had a parks program for disadvantaged communities. What I realized, although the city of Ripon is not disadvantaged, but I did follow other city in regards to development. The problem with a lot of infrastructure projects is they're built and then they deteriorate, they fall apart. In fact, in many of those cities that I had contact with that received those funds, within a few years, it was drug users, homeless, et cetera, and families couldn't even use it. So I understand what Supervisor Miller is talking about is it's not just the construction of a particular project, it's making sure that it continues to be viable for those intended. And I would also add that, as we talked earlier in regards to healthcare, it is important that we provide, just natural facilities for families who normally don't have those opportunities. And in the park, I mean, it's not in my district, but it is run down. I mean, it doesn't provide an inviting atmosphere, so to speak, for the residents. And I think this would, at least as Supervisor Miller talks about, I think this would at least an opportunity to look into it and make a determination of whether it pans out or not. That's another issue. But I always appreciate, projects that certainly lend to those who otherwise would grow up in terrible environments. So again, I'll leave it at that. Supervisor Villaputa.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman. I'd like to make a motion, if possible, to consider county staff to look at the possibility of allowing a long-term lease or option to purchase a portion of Giannone Park. I make that as a form of motion.
Second.
Please vote. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Any public comment? All right. Seeing none, please vote.
Thank you.
And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. And thank you, Supervisor Villaputa, for bringing that for us.
Thank you very much. I look forward to the collaboration, and I know we're going to bring something wonderful back to all of you.
Okay, moving to item number 2, presentation by the Registrar of Voters. Ms. Hale.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's coming. Coming on. It'll be just a moment. Chairman, it'll be just a moment for ISD to resolve the issue with showing the thing. So if you want to recess, or I don't know if you want to start without it, but maybe just a moment.
How long do you think it'll take? Do you have any idea? Our IT is on it, I see.
He is, I would say probably a minute or two.
I think we can survive that.
Thank you so much, Olivia.
No worries. Thank you, everyone. So today we're going to view a presentation, a comprehensive presentation on election integrity and administration in San Joaquin County. This was per Supervisors Patty's request that brought us to the conclusion that we needed to add a discussion item and bring to the members of the community some answers to their questions. This was done in collaboration with all of the public comment we've been hearing after the last few months. I've attended most of the board meetings, if not here in person, watching online, so I can capture the concerns of our constituents and to look into those issues. We've also been working with the Sheriff's Office. They've had a few concerns and investigations that have occurred, and we've worked in collaboration with them to look into those things. We've had the input of the grand jury. They requested to come into our office and to have a tour and to also see the presentation. And so in the early formation of this presentation, we brought in all 18 grand jury members and allowed them the opportunity to take a tour of our office and to give input about anything we may have missed in this presentation that would be of value to the public. Also with the input of the Election Advisory Committee, we're getting started there. It being in the middle of election season, we wanted to make sure that we were honoring those requests and being present at those meetings. And so we're hoping that that continues down a path of positivity and that we're able to utilize the Election Advisory Committee to continue to make progress towards clarity and understanding of our elections process. It is my duty as your registrar of voters to ensure that there are no outstanding issues and that I am confident that there are no integrity issues. That's what I'm here for, and I believe the board and the community depends on me to look into any of their concerns and to investigate what needs to be done from my perspective. This is a very comprehensive presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentation. I want to start by introducing the management team here at the Registrar of Voters office. Over here, I'll have each of them just stand as I quickly introduce them. Our business analyst, Eric Diaz, is here. We also have our information system analyst, Dalen Johnson, our registration supervisor, Rhonda Patrick, our vote by mail and outreach supervisor, Jessica Martinez, our precinct operations supervisor, Dee Dee Lavano, and our candidate services supervisor, Angela Smith. We are absent an assistant registrar of voters at the current moment, but we are in background checks. We will be hopefully able to make that announcement to you very soon. At the discretion of HR, they've asked us to hold that information until that background check is cleared. So we wanted to also let you know that we have Hart InterCivic here with us today. There will be a slide a little bit later in the presentation and an opportunity for them to speak on behalf of our voting system and to answer any questions that the board may have to the vendor at that time. So I just wanted to go over our mission statement is to facilitate voter registration and to encourage participation among all eligible voters, to conduct fair, impartial, accurate, secure, transparent, and accessible elections, to serve every person with the highest level of integrity and efficiency, and to be stewards of public confidence and trust. Our motto is integrity, transparency, commitment, and teamwork. This is just a little message I wanted to write as being up here in front of you with all the concerns. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything, so I'm going to read my message. Our team is proud to have worked diligently over the last 3 months with the Board of Supervisors, the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office, the grand jury, and the voters of San Joaquin County, addressing all of their questions and concerns regarding election integrity, security, and administration. Our office is excited about the creation of the Election Advisory Committee and the opportunity to work directly with the public to improve upon our elections processes. I am dedicated to ensuring that our elections are conducted by upholding absolute fairness, impartiality, accuracy, security, transparency, and accessibility. I am confident that this can and will be accomplished with the highest level of integrity and efficiency possible. It is both an honor and a pleasure to serve this community, and I will continue to be a steward of public confidence and trust. We had the Sheriff's Office was submitted with a report with concerns about the primary election, and we also had that report submitted to the Board of Supervisors. And so I want to go over the questions that were asked about the 2022 primary. So the first slide here is going to describe what exactly is a ballot. A ballot may consist of several cards, as we saw in the primary election. The amount of cards depends on the following factors: the number of contests, the number of candidates, and the voting system parameters. In the June 2022 primary election, the ballot was 3 cards due to the extensive list of state candidates and several local contests. The first question that we received in that report was, why is there a perceived discrepancy in the percentage of total ballots counted? So card one, the HART voting system tabulates card 1 sheets as the ballot. So when a card 1 goes through the machine, that's how it gives, that's ballot 1. The next card 1 would be ballot 2. This sets the benchmark for the percentage of card 2 and card 3. The concern was the card 2 had more, there was a percentage above 100%. The reason for that was due to the barcode issue, as many of you came in and witnessed in our office. We ran more of card 2 as we were doing our early reports because there was less issues with the damage to that barcode. So what we were experiencing is every contest on card 1 was a 100%. Everything on card 2 is reporting at 109%, 105%, and so on. Card 3, the percentages were actually under 100% because we'd ran less of card 3 than card 1. And so that resulted in 92% and 96%. But as you saw at the end when we certified the election, that all of those numbers evened out and the percentages were correct at the end after we had tabulated every single card 1, card 2, and card 3. The next question was, why were there only 95 ballots counted from 8:04 p.m. to 11:01 p.m. on election night? So this would have been the second round of reporting we did. So we do an 8 p.m. release of results, and then the question is, what happened between 8 and 10 p.m.? So the polls close at 8 p.m. on election night. The poll workers have to collect and seal up the ballot boxes. Those ballots are escorted by 2 poll workers to the receiving centers throughout the county. The Registrar of Voters warehouse is one of those locations. The precincts assigned to the warehouse are usually processed and counted first and included in that 10 p.m. release of results. The majority of precincts are counted after the 10 p.m. release and are included in the 12 a.m. report. This is our normal process. The first report of poll ballots counted was released at 10 p.m. The report in question was a reprint of the 10 p.m. results, time-stamped 11:01 p.m. So that speaks to that gap in time from 10 to 11. Just to put it in perspective, the receiving center locations in San Joaquin County are listed here on this map. It just shows you Cabral Chrysler Jeep, Christian Life Church, Registrar of Voters office, down at the Sutter Street side, the Registrar of Voters warehouse, St. Paul's Lutheran Church, and Tracy Motorsports. 121 polling locations were established for the June 2022 primary election. Approximately 20 to 25 polling locations assigned to the 6 receiving centers. The average time traveled to the ROV warehouse from the receiving center is approximately 30 minutes, just to put it into perspective. That explains, I think, a little bit as to why it took a while and you've seen only 95 ballots. And remember, 95 ballots at 3 cards, that was about 300 sheets of paper that was processed in that window of time upon receiving them at the warehouse. And that is, if you ever go out and see election night, you'll see the trickle in of the ballot boxes as they show up to our warehouse on election night. The next question was, why were there variations in the amount of results being reported? This is going to the vote by mails after election night, so in the days after when we were reporting results. Remember that with vote by mail ballots, signature verification is the first step. Then those ballots have to be sorted down to precinct. The ballots are then, the envelopes that they are in are then opened and the ballot is separated from that envelope. The ballots are then inspected, which is a rigorous process to take out any ballots that were marked by pencil or if they were torn or maybe they used highlighter. When we first implemented the HART voting system, we did extensive tests to determine, and we found out that light marks like highlighter could potentially not be scanned. So we always take those out so we can ensure that those ballots get counted correctly by going through the duplication process. The ballots are then pressed because there's a fold in the vote by mail ballots. We press them flat so that they run through the scanning equipment with greater ease. Those ballots are scanned, as I just shared. Then adjudication, which is a process that's done for an example. If someone votes an overvote is what we refer to it as, but maybe they chose 2 candidates for governor, but they're only allowed 1. Well, maybe they took the instructions of the ballot and they put they did the line through that choice. Then on screen, we're able to give them credit for what they voted for and not what they didn't intend to vote for, using the California vote standards and knowing like what the voter intent was. Then we have to go through a process called reconciliation. So before we begin to burn any of the data from the central stations, we are going to reconcile and pull all the reports and make sure that we physically have every single batch of ballots on the boxes, and we're going to make sure everything's labeled correctly and that everything exists and it's true. If there's a mistake made, we're able to make a correction if need be, but if we're able to reconcile it in its entirety, then we go ahead and we burn that data onto those Verity V drives is what they're called. It's a specially formatted thumb drive that's only, we can only purchase them from the vendor. We then upload the results onto there. It's just images of the ballots. It's then taken to a separate location, a separate room, into our tabulation room, and we go ahead and upload it into Count, and then we can tabulate those drives, and then we get results. Once we have those results, they then have to be burned onto a drive again, and then we take them out and allow them to be uploaded to the state into the different areas, so it doesn't go straight from our count system into the internet, if you will. Why is the vote count the same for insurance commissioner and Board of Equalization, and why did our over-under votes make the percentage higher? Both races are voted countywide. Both races appear on card 2 and will not affect the total ballots counted, as card 1 is used to determine ballots cast. Over and under votes for these 2 races do not impact total ballots counted. Why were the percentages the same for local and state races on card 3? Due to all the contests appearing on the same card, the percentages would be the same. We've brought up images of that ballot just so you can see that we had a United States representative for the 9th district. We have judges of the Superior Court. We have members of the state assembly. We have superintendent of public instruction, which is also a state contest, as well as county superintendent of schools. We have county supervisor on here, some of our county contests, as well as city of Stockton. Why was the city of Stockton council member races not showing results? Out of 127 polling precincts, only 12 precincts contained these contests. So as we all know, city of Stockton just covers the greater Stockton area and not the entire county. So we had many precincts that weren't actually within the city boundaries of Stockton. All right, so now we're going to go into voting systems and hand counts. This has been a hot topic during public comment, and we really wanted to dig in and share the information that we were able to gather and the research we were able to do. So voting systems. Votes tabulated by a voting machine do have a pre-audit process. It's called the public logic and accuracy testing. There's also a post-audit, which is 1% manual tally. Keep in mind that's 1% of the precincts, not 1% of the ballots. So the percentage of ballots could vary depending on what we draw every single election to do that. So it's done randomly, and I'll talk about it a little bit later. This is required by California Elections Code, and then all voting systems are federal and state accredited. In our county, we've had concerns about no electronic votes. So even with our ADA Verity touch writers that are at the polling locations, the voter is able to use that device to vote their ballot, but then they hit print, and that ballot prints out just like anyone else's ballot and is just a paper ballot. They're able to check and make sure that it gave them the votes that they intended, and they're able to inspect that before it goes into our ballot drop box, or into the ballot box. The touchscreen options, the voter makes the selection just like I shared, and then the machine prints those ballots. Talking about a hand count, hand counts they're going to bring on higher labor expenses for sure. We're going to need enough staff, as you all seen in the June primary, just dealing with the mitigation of the barcode. We still use the machines to count those ballots, but every single one had to be duplicated, and we had to bring on an additional 125 staff in addition to the 100 we already had staffed during that time. Vote counts require a large amount of staff. They tend to be more time consuming. We have a statutory deadline of 28 days for every presidential election and 30 days for any gubernatorial election. So in order to meet that statutory deadline of 28 or 30 days, we need an immense amount of staff to make that happen. The other thing to share is, and you can look at many studies yourselves, I provided two in this handout in the next two slides, but they're prone to human error, and there's many, many studies that support this. We have two that we pulled up, the Election Law Journal hand counts. Just to share, the clip of this presentation will be provided on our website shortly after this board meeting today. So if you're not able to write this information down right now, we'll make sure that you have access to this presentation as quickly as we can after the presentation, or after the board meeting today. So Election Law Journal hand counts, Goggin, Byrne, and Gilbert. Post-election auditing effects of procedure and ballot type on manual counting accuracy, efficiency, and auditor satisfaction and confidence. This is a peer-reviewed study. The next one was Rice University had a study on hand counts. It's called Hand Counts of Votes May Cause Errors, another peer-reviewed study. Again, these links and all of this information will be available after the meeting. We're going to talk about public logic and accuracy testing and what exactly that is. LNA testing establishes accuracy of the election hardware and software. Hardware includes the Heart Verity scanners, the Heart TouchWriter, Heart printers, and Heart Verity Count. Software assures each vote is accurately recorded, guarantees each ballot type is properly recorded for each contest, and we are able to match the paper ballots for each precinct. This is just the public logic and accuracy results for the 2022 June statewide direct primary election. As you see, we had 3 grand jury members here that attested that the accuracy test that was performed was successful, and so we just wanted to showcase that. We have a lack of public interest in these events that we hold in our office to showcase that it's being done accurately and correctly. And so on the next slide, I want to talk about when we will be holding the logic and accuracy testing for this election. It's going to be next Friday, October 7th, it's going to start at 10 a.m. It may go as late as 1 p.m. depending on how many participants are going to participate. We're asking that folks RSVP so we can have materials prepared and make it an efficient use of their time. It'll be located at our office on the 3rd floor of this building. And just contact us if you're interested in participating, or maybe you just want to observe, but we want the public to know. Please come in. We can show you much better than we can tell you, and it's very important that you take the opportunity to attend these events. This was the 1% manual tally from the June primary. As you can see here, all of the precincts, we did 6 instead of 3, which was what we were required to do by law, but we went ahead and did 6 because of the barcode issue. If you all remember back when we were certifying that election, I shared that information. Everything was counted correctly. As you see, there were no corrections made. You'll see in the column for reason, there is 3 of the precincts that says 1 ballot had a write-in oval marked but had no name written in. So it was adjudicated as an undervote. So that is following California vote standards. So I wanted to point that out to you as to why there was a reason in that column. So now the November 8th general election, we are going to be doing the random drawing of precincts the day after the election at 11 a.m. right in the lobby of our office. So if you want to come in and see the random number generator that we use to establish the precincts, it's all done without us having any knowledge. We do that and open to the public, and it's another opportunity for the public to come in and see what we're doing and how it's being done. The 1% activities will take place beginning November 16th and will continue until the certification of the election. What is associated with a hand count is the pooling of ballots associated with the selected precincts, a hand count of each and every contest selected, and confirmed the tally matches the voting system results. So when we say 1% of the precincts, that could, in the 2020 general election, that was almost 20% of the votes or the ballots received because of the large precincts that were selected, and also being a vote center model. So I just wanted to point that out, that it's quite a process, and when we do the 1%, we also are required to represent every single contest. So after we've done the 1% draw, if we haven't covered all of the contests, we'll continue to draw additional precincts until we've represented every single contest that went to ballot for this election. All right. So this next slide might be a bit confusing. I try to break it down the best I can. If those of you that have ran for office, you're a little bit probably aware of California rotations and the random alphabet drawings that are had before an election. So there are 2 random state and county alphabet drawings at the close of candidate filing. What that means is every letter of the alphabet is placed into a hat per se, and we draw them out one by one. If X is drawn first, that becomes the first letter of the alphabet. If P is next, so we put them in order until we've drawn all 26 letters, and then that's going to determine the way the candidates' names fall on the ballot, and that won't necessarily mean that because your last name is Adams that you get to be first. That being said, we never know what order the candidates will fall on the ballot. The statewide and congressional contests use the state random alphabet and rotate depending on the assembly district. Assembly 13, which is only located in San Joaquin County, uses the state random alphabet but does not rotate. Assembly 9, which is in more than one county, uses the county alphabet but does not rotate. Countywide offices use statewide random alphabet and rotate by supervisorial district, so a little bit different. Because we have less than 5 assembly districts in our county, we rotate by supervisorial district. Offices not county-wide use the state alphabet and they do not rotate. So this is just showing that there's all of these parameters in place to prevent somebody from really knowing like what order the candidates will fall or which order they may appear as far as last name. And so I just wanted to explain this a little bit. If there are more questions, I'm very happy to answer more questions related to this topic. The next part that we're going to go into is the Hart InterCivic voting system and forensic audits. The Secretary of State conducts forensic audits. The Secretary of State uses an independent third-party audit. I want to talk a little bit about that. The public RFP process is used to select an audit vendor each time a voting system is submitted to the Secretary of State for certification. So as many of you are familiar, that request for proposal process is dictated by government code, and they implement that process to determine who the audit company will be. So it's not like they have one audit company and this is the person they're using. They go out and vet them to be able to do this each time they have an application submitted to their office. Source code review and evaluation occurs. Hardware and software security penetration testing occurs. Operational testing to evaluate performance under normal and abnormal conditions. The goal is to identify vulnerabilities in source code and to correct issues prior to any elections. The Secretary of State implements strict protocols, chain of custody and personnel requirements, protects source code from breaches. The Secretary of State mandates those post-election audits, reviews and audits confirm accuracy between ballots and machines, the 1% manual tally to audit ballots cast in each county, and all post-election audit results are available online for the public. Requesting a forensic audit, this is something that we've heard quite often. Unauthorized forensic audit consequences include intrusive process, allows unsecured, unauthorized individuals into the system, compromises election hardware and software chain of command. Secretary of State mandates voting system vendors, security consultants, and county elections officials to follow strict chain of custody requirements throughout the election process. This is SLI compliance, a third-party audit that Hart InterCivic voting system. Their company actually provided this document to us. As you know, the questions came up about the voting system. I've been working diligently with our vendor to get all the answers I possibly can for you, and this was a document they provided. This is an additional third-party audit that they've done themselves outside of what the Secretary of State has done and outside of what is required in certification. So at this time, I'd like to bring up Peter Lichenheld. He is the Senior Vice President of Customer Success for Hart InterCivic. And he can speak a little more to the SLI. And he's here to answer questions, Board, if at this time, Chairwoman, you would like to allow any questions specifically for the vendor, you can do that if you'd like.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Could I just make a statement first, and then if you all have questions? Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for your service, supervisors, and thank you for your service, the folks who work in the voter registrar's office, and for everything you do. Fantastic job. our democracy relies on people like you, and today is a great example of how democracy works with the public speaking in this open forum. So thank you for that. I am a member of the executive team at Hart InterCivic. We are a national voting system provider, and I'm here today to really just congratulate you for running elections that are evidence-based, because that is what you do. You have paper ballots that every voter uses. That's fantastic. You have a certified system. It does go through certification at the state of California, which is a very rigorous system. It is a certified system. It is a tested system, as it's been stated. You run logic and accuracy testing. That's a proof that the election basically is counting ballots the way it should, so that's fantastic. You do hash validation. So hash validation is basically taking a fingerprint of the software that's certified and saying, hey, does our system that we're using match that fingerprint? The answer is yes, you go on. And the best way to do that is before and after the election. So hash validation, and then you do auditing. So all those things are important in evidence-based elections, which is what y'all do. So congratulations and thank you. And I just wanted to kind of lay the groundwork with that. So any questions y'all have for me?
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. We've heard from the public, and I know that we all agree that the integrity and honesty of an election is paramount. We all want to feel that our vote does count, and elections have consequences. So, and it's also, I'd like to state that I don't care what party wins an election, there's always the other party that claims fraud, and that's, I remember back when Gore and Bush in Florida and the Chads and the hanging Chads and an illegitimate president, and then when they switches over to another party, you claim it's an illegitimate president and the system's not right, and so there's always complaints and concerns, and some of them are founded. Some of them could be, valid concerns. So, we've heard several public comments that I'd like you to address specifically. And this may be an ROV question, or this may be directly to you, but I'm hearing about Windows 7 isn't updated and we can't use it with our voting machines, or something about Windows 7. Is that anything that relates to the Hart machines?
Yes. So Windows 7 is an operating system that is used on the system you have. It's an embedded Windows 7. So it's not the same Windows 7 that people would have on home computers. And an embedded system just means we take everything out that's not necessary. So it can only do what's needed to run the election, basically. So we use embedded systems. We also use kiosk mode. So you can only do, like an ATM is a kiosk, right? So you can only do the thing it's designed to do. So the voting machine, you can only vote. You can only cast the ballot. On the computer in the election office, you can only do that thing. You can't play solitaire on the computer. So embedded systems, kiosk, and then we use trust listing. So trust listing is a way to make sure that we are not susceptible to hacking or to any third-party software that someone might try to sneak onto the system. So we're kiosks, so you can't do that anyway, but we're also trust listed. So trust listed just means we're only going to allow software to run on that machine that's listed in the trusted list in the machine that says these things will be allowed to run. So the Verity software will be allowed to run, and that's about it.
But it's not updatable, so you can't, I'm just thinking. It can't be updated.
It is updatable, and we are currently in certification with the state of California with Windows 10. Now, the advantages of Windows 10 are really mostly about the internet, so they really don't apply to a voting system because voting systems aren't on the internet. So but we do use Windows 10 because it is the most updated Windows system. That's in certification in the state of California. It's, again, embedded, so we take out all the stuff we don't need. So all the internet stuff, basically, we take out. It's a long process in California, but there will be a Windows 10 version. And most of the rest of the country already has that, actually. But it takes longer in California. It's a very rigorous system.
So let's say you didn't use Windows 10. Could you take the Windows 7 software and put it in a new machine, and it would give its its bare minimum function, and you'd acquire that function from the basic element software that you're saying, you strip it all down, you could still use Windows 7 to do that function. So just going to Windows 10 doesn't mean it's changing the process of what that function will be, because it's a stripped down version of software no matter what.
That is correct. That's well stated.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to check on that. And so you had mentioned the inability to hack the machines. Explain to us, this board and the public, as to the concern of hacking into the machines, and also it was mentioned that a USB could be plugged in and change the algorithms and completely shift the direction of where the voter tally may be.
Yes, thank you. That's a great question. So everything's hackable, but you need to have access, you need to have knowledge, and the thing needs to be vulnerable. So our system, number one, is not vulnerable. So in addition to the state doing penetration testing, we also went to the Idaho National Labs before we went to the state for penetration testing, and we had hackers at Idaho National Labs, which is a nuclear facility, right? They do nuclear testing. You've all heard of it before. They're experts. So we said, let's go to the experts and let's have them rip into the system and do penetration testing and tell us what they find. So we did that before we came to the state. So we made sure that our system's not vulnerable. We also make sure it's not vulnerable by kiosking. So like the ATM, you can only do that thing on the machine. And then by the trust listing. Trust listing is the opposite of blacklisting. So blacklisting is what some other voting machines providers do, which is you keep a list of who the bad actors are who might try to do bad stuff to your equipment, and you don't let them in. You can't keep up with that. That's impossible. That's what we do on the internet, right? We make sure that our antiviruses are up to date, and Microsoft puts out antivirus up-to-date updates on our machines like every other Tuesday or something like that. We use trust listing because that's not a realistic way to do things on a voting system, okay? So all those things we do to keep things from being vulnerable. Then we also have people and processes and procedures. So that's your team right here, and that's everything they do. That's the logic and accuracy testing, that's the hash validation testing, that's the audits, that's that you have a paper-based system, and the paper vote is the vote, the official vote of record. So all those things help protect you from hacking.
All right, so then how is it that we have cited a study in New York Times report 2007, somebody successfully did hack into the system and prove that it could be hacked into?
I love that you asked that question. Number one, it's 2007. It's 15 years ago. Number two, that report was done on the top-to-bottom review that was done by Secretary of State Deborah Bowen. If you actually read that top-to-bottom review, every other voting system except for HART got basically reprimanded, and I think they all actually got decertified except for HART. Everybody had use conditions after that. We did also, but our use conditions were the most minor of anyone. Not only that, that's a legacy system. I mean, it's 15 years ago. None of those systems are even run, well, at least from HART. None of those systems are even run in California anymore. You have a new generation of voting equipment. The Verity equipment you have, paper-based, kiosk mode, trust listed, and it's the latest, greatest. So you've got a system that's above and beyond that. Those systems that were reported on in that New York Times article.
Okay, this will be my last question. I'm certain other supervisors will have questions, so I don't want to grab all the good questions here. But we're mentioning hacking. How is it that any of these machines are accessible to the internet? It's my understanding that they're not. So please explain, because hacking is a big word. In order to hack in, like you can't hack into this water bottle.
Right.
It's not accessible. There's nothing you could do to it that's going to make you hack into this water bottle. So explain to me how these systems are more like a water bottle and less like a phone that you might be able to hack into.
Yes, that's a very good analogy. So they are air-gapped. The systems are air-gapped. So I think there was some confusion presented earlier about systems being on the internet. So a poll book or your voter registration system, maybe those are on the internet. Maybe those do need to be connected, right? Because a poll book, for example, in many places across the country, your poll book on election day has to be connected to the other poll books, because if voter A came to early voting, let's say, at polling place 1, then you don't want voter A also going to polling place 2. So they have to be connected somehow. But that's a poll book. The poll book has nothing to do with the voting system, and it is never touching the voting system. The voting system is air-gapped from the internet 100% all the time. We even, like right now, every day, we're sending our customers across the country daily reminder emails. We started 50 days before Election Day. We picked that date because the 45th day before Election Day is when the military and overseas ballots go out, so we wanted to start before that. So we just did little reminders of things to, for example, things to help keep your system air-gapped, keep it from being the water bottle and not being the phone, right? Keep it from being on the internet. So, for example, when you take something off your system, like you're using a USB drive to connect into your workstation so you can get an export to do a report, let's say. You want to make sure that USB drive has never touched another computer that was on the internet, just in case, partly for perception. Because really, if there was something bad on that USB drive, it couldn't hurt our system anyway, because we're kiosked and because we use whitelisting. But just in case, to make sure it's air-gapped, that should be either a brand new USB drive, or it should have been wiped before it touched that computer. So that's another way of air-gapping. Be like a water bottle. I like it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I want to touch back on those USB drives, because we heard some concerns this morning about there's an algorithm installed on the USB drive so that when you're making the transfer of this data, that that could be how the results are changed. So can you explain that a little bit?
Certainly. There have been reports, and there have been, like from Rice University and University of Michigan, there have been professors who've done studies to show that they could create an algorithm and change votes on a legacy system or on exports from a legacy system. But one of the keys there is the legacy system, right? It's always been on kind of outdated, old technology. So for a newer system, anything you're taking from that system, you're going to double check, right, when it comes off the system. So you're going to do an export from that system that's going to go to election night reporting, or ENR. That's a common thread. It's a common thing that's done. So your election night reporting might be local. Maybe there's a third party that does, makes the reports look great for the website, or it might go up to the state. And it might be uploaded directly to the state, or it might be emailed to the state. I don't know exactly what that process is here. So you're going to double check once that exports come off the system. It is going to then go to a internet computer, right? Because it's going to get uploaded to the internet. That's how people get information. So we're going to go to that computer. You're going to double check that that file is still the same as what you took off. You're going to just proofread, right? And then it's going to get uploaded, and so it's going to be sandboxed basically on the election night report side. So usually there's a live version and there's a sandbox version of election night reporting, which is basically a proof version, right? I'm going to double check my numbers, make sure they are what they're supposed to be before I broadcast them to the. Now, so that is how that would be done, but none of that has actually anything to do with the air-gapped water bottle voting system, right? Because you're past that now, right? So after that, it's just really verifying and proofreading before things are put out to the public.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? I understand the analogy of the water bottle and the air gap and those types of things. So starting from the election computer, which is receiving the scans of the ballots.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is that the potential for a bad algorithm to be placed in that machine somehow would have to, because it's not connected to the internet, would have to come from a USB drive, which are protected. The other part question is, and I would assume that those who are technologically advanced may figure out, but what about the security of the computer itself? What kind of protocols or locks or whatever we have that if someone were to open that machine for whatever reason and try to introduce some kind of algorithm that would change the results, are the machines locked or I don't know which one of you would answer that question.
I can start it, and then we could finish, and Ms. Hale can finish. So part of California certification, so our workstations, the Heart Verity workstations, they have a RAID drive, so it's a dual drive, so just in case, so 2 hard drives basically, so just in case one fails, the other one will take over. So that's redundancy, which is a good thing. And then we made them removable so that in case one fails and you need to replace one, it would be easy to replace. But they're locked. They have locks on them. During certification, the California Secretary of State approval process said, we don't like that, and we want another lock on it. So that actually has the lock on the hard drive, plus it's got a cage basically with a lock on it. So the workstations in California are in cages. So the answer is yes, they are locked.
There's actually padlocks, and in the next video I'm going to show right after we're done with this portion, you'll see the padlock on the back of the machine. You'll also see that there are tamper-evident seals that we track the serial numbers on those seals. And so in the event we ever approached the equipment and seen that seal was tampered with or that lock was tampered with, that machine would immediately be decommissioned and we would not use it. So I'll show that here in a moment as well.
Well, the next question is, and I'm not sure if this is in your field, so to speak, but so let's say that we believe that the machine itself, which is counting the ballots and the numbers, is then that information is taken through a thumb drive, USB drive, whatever, and taken to another location where it's eventually uploaded to the Secretary of State for the results. So the question would be is, and I'm assuming maybe this is beyond your responsibility or your computer, but what if, for example, someone got a hold of that USB and introduced some type of, algorithm or whatever, in it, would it, when it's inserted into the machine, as you talk about the whitelisting or trust list, would it immediately reject whatever's on there that doesn't belong on there as far as a protection from the system in the scanning computer itself? So
first of all, let's clarify what an algorithm is, okay? Right? An algorithm is just could be a computer code that says if A, then do B, right? That's all it is. So if someone tried to introduce a USB with coding, with an algorithm, into a Verity workstation, it would just ignore it. It wouldn't see it. It couldn't do anything. It couldn't enter the computer. It just wouldn't be recognized. It's blind to it. If the election night reporting were exported and then that taken to another computer and it not proofread and it uploaded, no proofreading to make sure it said the same thing that the Verity workstation said, then an algorithm could possibly take place in that setting that would change the results and they'd be posted incorrectly. But in reality, somewhere along the line, right, somebody is going to see that because there are processes along the way to double check all those things with the office. That's a procedure. So within the system itself, the algorithm cannot impact the system. Outside the system, could an algorithm or could some sort of nefarious code impact a results file? It could. And that can only be taken care of through proofreading and double checking and care, right? And also chain of custody. That's the other thing. I mean, you have chain of custody logs. Who touched what? Who had access to it? Including that USB drive. Who had access to it? It should be nobody except for the trusted sources.
And the last question in regards to Windows 7, from the way you explained it, what Windows 7, when it was first installed, was a pared down version which only performed essentially one function. And therefore, it doesn't matter that it's Windows 7, it still performs the same function. So because it's not, I assume you're going to upgrade it to Windows 10 or change it or whatever you're going to do. But assuming that there's no upgrade, it doesn't matter because it's still functioning the way it was originally introduced into the computer itself. So it's not necessarily a liability because it's Windows 7. It's just a system that continues to run. It'd be like having an older car that has an old engine in it, doesn't have smog devices. It still runs, it still works, but there's an upgraded, a new version available, and that's what you're working on now. And do you have a time frame when that would be complete as far as transitioning to Windows 10?
Yes. So yes, on all your analogy is perfect. That is all correct. Everything you said is correct. And we have we're in certification with the state of California right now. We expect to be out of. It takes about a year to get through certification in the state of California. So sometime in 2023, we'll be out of certification with the Windows 10 version.
Okay. And just a follow-up, because I know there's a lot of concern about the certification process. Mm-hmm. My I guess limited familiarity with business in regards to, and our CEO who used to be an auditor, I guess he still is in mind, but the fact is that when you, as a business, when you, through an RFP process or whatever process you hire a company to do a certification of your system, those companies have to be have integrity in regards to it, because otherwise they wouldn't stay in business, and they not only jeopardize their future but certainly yours if they somehow play around to be kind of maybe a little bit flexible in regards to their analysis, like an auditor would be for any kind of business statement. So I'm assuming that your company is very concerned about the integrity of that particular company to make sure that anybody questions that they could provide evidence that whatever they've done is correct as far as certification.
Yes. So a couple of things on that. First of all, our CEO of Hart InterCivic is also a former auditor. So we live with that every day. And integrity is our number one on our essentials as a business. It is the top of our list. It's literally the top thing written on our wall of these are the important things to us. The integrity of elections, the sanctity of the vote, we care about that. So yes, auditing and picking a lab that will do the auditing and do the testing correctly is extremely important. And by the way, we don't get to just do that, right? That's an overseen process through the EAC. So it's not like it's our lab. It's really through the Election Assistance Commission on the federal level, or now, just to be clear, in California, it's a separate process. The California certification process is separate from the EAC, and in some ways even more rigorous than the EAC. So, and the lab is selected really by the state of California, not by us. They don't really work for us. We pay their bill, we have to pay, but we don't influence it. That makes sure that it's not influenced.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, I'll leave it, turn it back to you, and if you could stick around in case some of those comes up.
Yep. Can we go back to the presentation, please? Before we move forward, I want to share, so we have been documenting everything for the Election Advisory Committee, so you can actually go to the ROV, the Registrar of Voters website, and view the tab for Advisory Committee, and we've put both agendas that we've had there, any materials that we hand out is there and available, and the Q&A we did at the last Election Advisory Committee and handed out is actually available there. I had emailed all of the board those documents. They are public information and available on our website as well, so I just wanted to add that in. The reason I brought that up is because the SLI compliance, we put a link and we put all the information from their website there, so if you want to look into that company further as members of the public, you can. We purchased a bug detector and had this video that I'm going to show made to ensure that our equipment is free of any wireless or hardwired connectivity to the internet. So our ISD analyst, Dalen, coached Eric through this as he did the video for you guys. So I'm going to show that next.
Hello, my name is Eric Dees and I'm a business analyst here at the Registrar Voters Office. We are located in the central tabulation room to conduct a scan of the equipment in this room to check for any Wi-Fi or Bluetooth signals. To do that, we will use this device, the Protect 1206i bug detector. We will now conduct an initial test. As you can see, the device is picking up the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi capabilities in this phone. We will now scan the central server to check for any Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. As you can see, there is no Wi-Fi or Bluetooth coming from the central server. We are now in the central scan room where the ballots are scanned. Once the ballots are scanned, the images are placed on the central server, then placed on V drives, which are encrypted and transferred to the central tabulation room. We will now scan the equipment in this room. The devices in this room also have physical security. As you can see, padlocks and tamper-evident seals. There was nothing detected in this room.
All right. Keep in mind that there are only 3 certified voting system vendors in California: HART, InterCivic, which is our vendor, Dominion, and ES&S. California sets the standards for voting systems in America with more rigid compliance requirements than the federal government. As the vendor shared, there are federal standards for voting systems, but California, it's kind of a joke as I've been dealing with many vendors as I've become a registrar of voters, and it's, well, if you build it for California, you can sell it anywhere. And so our standards are very high in the state of California when it comes to voting systems. Print vendors, any systems used to make ballots, anything that we do in elections, it's not just the voting systems that are certified. The election management system has to be certified. The no-ink poll pad that we use has to be certified. K&H printers that prints our ballots has to be certified. So it's not just stopping at the voting system vendors. Every vendor that's used in a part of the election process and anything to do with your ballots have to go through a certification process with the state. Something else to add is he talked about legacy systems, but in 2019, all the systems were new. So every system in the state of California was decommissioned with what they had prior. And so the HART, the new version of HART, the new version of Dominion, and the new version of ES&S went through certification, and that's about when we bought our voting system in 2019. At that time, HART and Dominion were the 2 certified systems, and ES&S was closely behind them getting recertified. So that did occur in 2019. So almost any report prior to 2019 wouldn't be in alignment with the current voting systems that are available and certified by the state. Right. Okay. Okay. So now we're going to talk about Americans with Disability Act, ADA compliance that's required by law. The Verity TouchWriter is the accessible ballot marking device that we use and that you see at each of the polling locations. The TouchWriters are an electronic voting device used at polling locations, and they provide legal requirements for voters who require ADA assistance. The device prints out a paper ballot, and that ballot is placed right into the ballot box like all the other poll ballots. The voting is conducted 100% with paper ballots. There are no votes stored on those devices, so them being vulnerable out at the polling locations on Election Day is a non-existent factor because, again, it's not stored on that device. The ballot is printed, the voter can check that ballot and then place it into the box. Now we're going to talk about vote by mail or one-day in-person voting. This is another topic that we've heard a lot about in public comments, so we wanted to make sure we covered as much as we possibly could in this presentation. So vote by mail, it increases voter participation and access to elections. 80% of the registered voters in San Joaquin County preferred a vote by mail ballot prior to the change in legislation which occurred after the 2020 election. So just to be clear, I think it's closer to 81% in our county that were requesting permanent vote by mail at that time prior to the emergency changes with COVID and now those permanent changes that have been adopted in legislation. Voters can still choose to vote at polling locations on Election Day, so just because you're getting a vote by mail ballot doesn't mean you have to use it. If you go to a polling location to vote, they cancel your vote by mail and you're able to vote your poll ballot. Vote by mail ballots have been legal in California since 1980, and current law requires every single registered voter to be mailed a vote by mail ballot in the state of California. Vote by mail ballots can be returned by U.S. mail, utilizing an official ballot drop box, or in person at any voting location. Just to share a little story, I actually had 3 voters after the election that asked, well, can I bring my ballot right into your office and hand it to you directly? If that makes you feel better, me or my staff would be more than happy to take the ballot across the counter if that's what a voter prefers. We stand by access, and that's what our department is all about. So whatever the voter needs, whether it's an ADA voter, a voter that doesn't really like the mail system or prefers a poll ballot, we're here to create access in any way that voter so chooses so that we can give access to anyone that wishes to participate in the voting process and is an eligible voter. Things to remember about vote by mail ballots. Vote by mail ballots are never forwarded. All official election mail is returned to the registrar of voters office and then is processed for cancellation or address updates. Whatever needs to occur with that piece of election mail, we will take the appropriate measures with that. Election officers, also fondly known as poll workers, are hired and trained to run the polling locations on Election Day by our staff. The workers will have the voter utilize a provisional ballot if there is ever doubt about the voter's status. They are instructed to let the ROV staff handle any issues after Election Day during the official canvass. So in the event you're told that, hey, you already voted, you need to do a provisional, that's fine. Vote the provisional ballot so that you get credit for voting. The very next day, if you have a concern, please call our office and I will do everything I can to look into the matter to make sure that we figure out what's going on and that you get credit for that provisional ballot that you voted at the polling location. Again, they're election officers, they get paid a stipend, and we don't want to put it on a volunteer poll worker to make a decision like that. So they're given specific instructions to make sure that there's no issues that occur, and then our trained staff will deal with those issues after Election Day. Voters can always call our office with any concerns that they may have about vote by mail. The utilization of drop boxes. Vote by mail drop boxes are secure receptacles used for 2 decades in the U.S., established by county elections officials for the purpose of returning a voted vote by mail ballot. All vote by mail ballots are verified prior to opening. All vote by mail ballots are signed by the voter. The signatures are verified by trained registrar of voters staff. In the event, if you forget to sign your envelope, or if you have a challenged signature that's mismatched, you do get a cure letter from our office that's sent to you, and the voter has the opportunity to provide the information we need so that we can then in turn count their ballot. The state guidelines for drop boxes, Secretary of State has created regulations establishing the guidelines for best practices. We've created security measures and procedures, chain of custody and pickup times, proper labeling, and tamper seals on all drop boxes, only opened by qualified elections officials. So we do have staff that comes in that is background checked, that we train. There are only 27 permanent staff members in the Registrar of Voters office, so we do have to rely on other staff. We have several core temps that come back election after election and go through the process to be a part of our team. And those key staff that are clearly trained by our registration and vote by mail staff are the ones that go out and are the couriers at these drop boxes. I want to pay a special thanks to Supervisor Patty, who suggested that maybe we put some sort of warning sign or something up that's available to give clear direction to our voters. So for this election, we actually had these signs, this banner made. If you look to the back of the room, we've actually brought one in for you to see. It's nice and big and huge, and at every single drop box that we have throughout the county, the list is going to be, it's already posted on our website, so you can know where to go throughout the county to go to a drop box, and you will actually see this sign posted right next to that drop box throughout the county, and it puts the warnings on there about tampering with election mail. It also talks about electioneering and also how you can track your ballot if you so choose. Look for this banner to ensure you're utilizing the San Joaquin County Registrar of Voters official drop box. Remember, corruption of the voting process is prohibited by California state law. All right, we're going to talk about one-day in-person voting. Due to current state laws, we cannot legally do this in San Joaquin County. For further information, please contact your legislature directly. The San Joaquin County Registrar of Voters office can provide you a contact information to reach your representatives. We actually do a contact your representative contact sheet that we will update after this election once we've established who all of our new representatives will be, and so that'll be available in early January on our website so that you can get the information to reach out to your representatives. Now we're going to talk about ballot harvesting. So in the prior registrar's time here, I know that we didn't talk a lot about ballot harvesting, but it's something in California election code, and in the current environment that we're in, I think it's important to define what ballot harvesting is. This term is used to describe a vote-by-mail voter who is unable to return their ballot and has designated another person to return their ballot for them. What are the laws regarding ballot harvesting? The designated person shall confirm the voter has signed the return envelope with the ballot inside. They fill out, sign, and date the authorized agent box. They then return the ballot in person or by mail. The designated person must return the ballot no later than 3 days after receiving it from the voter or before the close of polls on election day, which is 8 p.m. A person designated to return a vote-by-mail ballot shall not receive any form of compensation based on the number of ballots they return. They shall not be an individual, group, or organization who provides compensation on this basis. I wanted to show you the authorized agent signature block, something that comes up here. Well, what if they don't sign it? Of course, if we don't know, if we know that somebody's, example, if somebody comes to our counter and they have 10 ballots they want to turn in, and we see that the authorized agent box is not filled out, we will instruct that person to fill out that authorized agent box before we'll accept that ballot across the counter. And so this is a little box. The proper way to do it would be to, you're returning your grandmother's ballot. You're going to get her ballot. You're going to, hey, Grandma, did you sign it? Is it in there? You're going to make sure all of that, it's sealed. You're not going to look at her votes. You're just going to make sure that it's sealed for her. And then you're going to put your name here, your relationship to the voter, and then you're going to sign the back and date it as the authorized agent. So that would be the proper way to do this process. Illegal ballot harvesting. So the definition of compensation goes beyond just money. It's monetary payments, goods or services, benefits or promises, offers of employment, any other form of consideration offered to another person in exchange for returning another voter's vote-by-mail ballot. Punishment for illegal ballot harvesting. So the punishment for violation, a person who is in charge of a vote-by-mail ballot and knowingly engages in criminal acts will be charged and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Charges can include, but are not limited to, fraud, bribery, intimidation, and tampering. As you all know, the Registrar of Voters Office is not of the authority to investigate. We're going to leave that to the experts. I've worked very closely with the Sheriff's Office and in turn the DA's office to confirm. If our office at all suspects anything, or a voter comes in or a concerned public, a member of the public, we're going to refer them directly over to the Sheriff's Office so that they can then establish that report and that process can be put into place. They are the investigation authority of our county, so it's appropriate for us to allow the Sheriff's Office to investigate things of this nature. All right, so this is another topic that we've had some questions about, the Center for Tech and Civic Life, the CTCL grant that was received by San Joaquin County in 2020. Please note that was prior to my time, but I did work in the office, and so I will do my best to share the information that I have available on this. So what is the Center for Tech and Civic Life? It's a 501c3 nonprofit based in Chicago, Illinois that was founded in 2015. According to the CTCL's webpage, we connect Americans with information they need to become and remain civically engaged, and to ensure that our elections are more professional, inclusive, and secure. The CTCL COVID-19 Response Grant Program awarded over 2,500 coronavirus response grants to city and county elections officials across the U.S. Facebook was one of the many donors that donated $250 million to this organization. If you look on their website, you will see that there's many other entities that also donated to CTCL. Something just to point out here, COVID was unwarranted times. We were all going through so much and we didn't know what was next, and so we were doing everything we could. And I commend our board for allowing us to participate in a grant that allowed us to take care of our county and our poll workers and our office staff. I remember looking around and we were wearing aprons and shields and masks and gloves and scared to touch each other with plexiglass between us trying to count your election for you, and it was very scary. Those funds were used for nonpartisan voter education for cities and counties. Specifically here in San Joaquin County, we used it for poll worker recruitment and hazard pay and training. We launched online training for the first time, and as we all know, that was quite an experience as we all transitioned to working at home and doing everything digitally. I mean, we've definitely worked it out in the last few years, and we're using Teams and things of that nature more regularly. Equipment was used to process the ballots and the applications. Again, we had to be very careful with any contact with each other. Personal protective equipment was purchased for poll workers. And we also did something interesting and new. We did drive-through voting, which in a way has stuck because, as you know, we do drive up democracy in front of our building every single election day, where if you're on your way to work, you can go right through our drive-through. We shut down the roads here in front of the building, and you can drive right in and hand your ballot off to an elections staff member and go about your business. So, I mean, there are some good things that came from it, but I just want to emphasize that COVID was very, very scary, and this was something that in normal government business, when we want to participate in a grant of this nature, it has to come to the board. The board then has to approve that, and I just want to point out that our board, all 5 members of the board approved use of that grant and voted yes on that, and in normal practice, it's always signed by the chair of the board, and so that is the clearer definition of how normal government works and the way you would go about using a grant of this nature. I just want to show counties who participated in the CTCL COVID-19 response grant program during the 2020 election. Every yellow dot on the map represents an organization or a county or city entity that used this grant to conduct their elections or to help with the conduction of the election in 2020. So I just want to talk a little bit about private grant funding. Where it is appropriate, government organizations do use private grant funding. I would like to think of places like HSA, where they're using some homelessness grants and different things to provide housing for folks and different things. So it's not abnormal for government agencies to use private grant funding. It is the duty of government officials to be certain that these funds are being used appropriately and in compliance with the law. It's important that the government officials are trustworthy and acting in the best interest of their communities. More importantly, as the Registrar of Voters Office, we must ensure that all grant funding received is nonpartisan and that it is used in the best interest of all of our voters and not used in any partisan fashion in any way, shape, or form. I want to talk a little bit about the No Ink poll pad. As the vendor pointed out, the No Ink poll pad is connected to the voter rolls but has nothing to do with the voting system. So we have an election management system. The company is DFM. The program is called EIMS. And what is stored there is all of the voter rolls information, all of the candidate information when you file for office, and all of our poll workers and all of that data. It's a database. That is very separate from the voting system. The voting system has its own separate process, and when we determine that you get voter history, that is done when we're checking the signatures of envelopes and that we're looking at the poll pad that you checked in and voted a ballot. It's not based on the ballot being ran through the machine because, as I shared earlier, once that ballot has been signed for and voted at the polling place, it goes into a box and now it's anonymous. There's no serial number, there's nothing on that ballot. Same for the vote by mail ballot. Once it's removed from that envelope, there are no identifying marks. So you don't get your voter history because your ballot was scanned through the voting system. You get your voter history because it's shown up in our election management system or you've signed in on the poll pad. That's where the voter history is coming from. It has nothing to do with the tabulation process. So no-ink poll pads have replaced traditional paper rosters. They provide secure voter lookup for quicker processing, built-in election management and reporting tools, and cost savings by reducing polling place staffing requirements. Poll pads are connected to the ROV's election management system, not the voting system, and allow for real-time updates of the voter rolls. This helps prevent voters from voting twice, and it drastically reduces the amount of provisional ballots. In 2020, we had 20,000 provisional ballots. We had 500 in this last election. I know we had a lower turnout, but in all reality, 500 versus 20,000 is a pretty big deal. There's always been concerns in elections prior to 2020 about provisional ballots. So I just wanted to share that this helps to reduce one of those concerns that we have. This is just a myth and fact sheet that was provided to us by No Ink Poll Pad. So the myth is wireless connectivity is unsecure in poll pads. The fact is both wired and wireless internet links can be set up securely if best practices are followed. The next myth is that the internet is unsecure. All devices used for registration operations are prone to the same level of attacks. The fact is security starts at the edge of the network, real-time monitoring of the network, encrypted data, and brute force protections. The next myth is cloud-based network management tools make poll pads vulnerable to penetration. The fact is that poll pads cloud-based management holds router configuration and analytical data. It never stores the sensitive voter information. The next myth is state and county election officials are alone in implementing cybersecurity. The fact is that the Department of Homeland Security offers cyber review and online virtual assistance. The Election Advisory Commission provides support to local officials. IT partners provide security support to prepare us for Election Day. So our internal IT staff, we have a team of 3, which is improved. We used to only have 1 IT person. Prior to that, they did have more staff, but in the recent years, we had 1 IT person assigned to us by ISD, and we actually now have a team of 3 that are responsible for our office that work in conjunction with all of these other agencies and with all of our vendors to ensure that our poll pads are indeed secure for Election Day. After Election Day, we bring that data back to the office and we make sure that what our election management system is showing us matches that poll pad exactly, and we had an exact match in the June primary, just to clarify. All right, so San Joaquin County election security. Security measures. All processes involving ballots are administered under camera at the Registrar of Voters' office, and footage of these activities is preserved for 24 months, which is in alignment with the requirement of 22 months under California Election Code. All processes require 2-person integrity. The San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office provides support to the ROV on Election Day by providing additional security for our ballot chain of custody. So all of those receiving centers I talked about earlier, we have sheriff's escorts at all of those locations, and they actually escort our staff back with those ballots on election night. They also help secure our warehouse on election night. They provide security and protection for us there, as well as something we've implemented because we have private cars that come back to the Registrar of Voters' office. In this election, we're going to utilize it, and we utilized it in the primary. If you're one of those precincts assigned to the warehouse, you have this yellow card in your window that says you're an election official, and that the sheriffs, they're actually looking for that to allow those cars into the warehouse. So there's a lot of things, and we could go into chain of custody. And again, coming in and seeing it, we can show you how we implement several different types of security and chain of custody. Security at polling locations. All polling locations and election officers are assigned and selected by the Registrar of Voters' office. Election officers work together on Election Day to validate the exact number of ballots their precinct was issued. So we give them ballots that are blank, as you know, at the polling locations. On election morning, as a group, they have a ballot receipt that we give them, and they actually validate that they have every single ballot that was issued to them. And so they do that as a group, as a second check and balance, or third, I should say, because once we get the order in, we're checking to make sure we got exactly what we were supposed to. We're checking the numbers on the stub to make sure we have everything, and then our team at the ROV warehouse is actually doing another check to make sure we got exactly what we had, and then the poll workers are doing that additional check on election morning. If there's an issue, they're instructed to call us right away, and then we do what we need to investigate that and figure out what had happened, if anything. I haven't seen a problem like that in my 5 years, so I think we're doing a good job in that regard. All touch writers, which are the ballot marking devices, and the poll pads are secured with tamper-evident seals, which are tracked with serial numbers, and they also have to have a password to log into that poll pad or that touch writer. It's not just willy-nilly access. So there are several measures that we put into place to make sure our equipment remains secure throughout the process. All right, we're going to talk about voter registration. We've had a lot of concerns about the voter rolls, so I want to talk about the in-depth process that occurs to keep our voter rolls clean. So qualifications for registering to vote. To register to vote in California, you must be a United States citizen and a resident of California, 18 years old or older on election day, not currently serving a state or federal prison term for the conviction of a felony, not currently found mentally incompetent to vote by a court. For more information on persons subject to conservatorship or persons with a criminal history, you can look at the Secretary of State's website. They have more information about that there. To check your voter registration and election information. So I recommend we all do this before every election, just like you check your credit and check your social security number, make sure there has been no, we live in the technological age. So I highly recommend that you go to My Voter Status right before an election. Check to make sure you're registered to vote. Check that you are registered. Check where you're registered to vote to make sure you're registered at the correct address. Check your political party preference. Check your language preference for election materials if you do have a language preference. Check this. You can also check the status of your vote by mail ballot or your provisional ballot by going to voterstatus.sos.ca.gov. Voter file maintenance procedures. So reasons that we would cancel a voter registration. We receive a signed written request from a registered individual. Mental incompetency of a registered individual is legally established by a judge. Proof of a felony conviction. Certified copy of judgment directing cancellation upon death of a person registered. Pre-election residency card is returned to us. Official confirmation voter has registered in another state. Upon receipt of proof that an individual is otherwise ineligible to vote, if any election mail is returned to sender, that would be a reason that we may cancel a voter because we're obviously getting their mail back and if we're not able to make contact with them to do an address update, then they would eventually be canceled. All right. Voter file maintenance procedures. Agencies that update the Registrar of Voters Office. California Department of Rehabilitation, County Health Department, Department of Motor Vehicles, Department of Social Services, the Franchise Tax Board, Superior Court of each county, the National Change of Address Database, known as NCOA, and then the VoteCal statewide database. So if you move to Yolo County from San Joaquin County, your voter registration, the moment that you register in Yolo County, is going to alert us and we're going to cancel you out of our system. And the entire state is connected through the VoteCal statewide database that's maintained by the Secretary of State. I want to talk about, I'll wait till I finish this one. San Joaquin County ROV, anytime a voter has registered or re-registered, a voter notification card is sent confirming confirming their voter file. That is a TAN card that you would receive from our office. Anytime a third-party change of address is submitted, we notify the voter with a notification card to confirm the change. That would be a white card. 90 days before every primary election, our office sends out a notification card to every voter to confirm the residential address, which is a white card. If the voter has not voted in an election within the preceding 4 years and nothing has changed, an alternate residency confirmation card will be sent. That's also a white card. Before I click away from the slide, I wanted to share that anyone that was registered prior to 1972 were given a generic birth date of the year 1850. As birth dates were not required at that time, the age limit was lowered from 21 years to 18 years in 1972, which began the requirement of a birth date. We did send letters to these voters, but not everyone responded to that letter. Current law does not allow us to cancel a voter for this issue as of yet. So I just wanted to clarify, we've heard a lot about this 1850 birth date, and I just wanted to clarify why that exists. If you actually look that up, and myself and our registration supervisor just did that the other day, Most of those voters are canceled, and you can see it. And we do keep that information, but they're a canceled voter. So, I mean, and when we have observers in, these are things that we can't show you their, their information, but we can verify that that is the case with that birth date. Identification requirements in the state of California. Every applicant must sign under penalty of perjury that they meet all requirements to be a registered voter. Falsifying information is a felony punishable up to 3 years in prison. Voter registration records are validated against the Department of Motor Vehicles and the Social Security Administration databases. If an applicant cannot be validated, they must show identification at the polls the very first time they vote, as required by state and federal law. After showing identification, the applicant is no longer required to show ID in future elections. We now have captured the signature of that voter, and we're able to use that data to track that voter and make sure that every time they vote that they are actually being validated with the signature they provided when they did provide that identifying information. So identification requirements of HAVA actually allows for 30 forms of ID. You'll see here driver's license, passport, employee identification card. These are different things that can be used to verify identification when they're asked for ID at the polling location. Again, this is required by state law, and we're just implementing those requirements. So I want to talk about voters who receive more than one ballot. Voting twice constitutes a felony. A voter declares under penalty of perjury by signing the declaration of a voter. I reside within the voting precinct. I am the person whose name and address appears on this envelope. I have not applied nor intend to apply for a vote by mail ballot from any other jurisdictions for this same election. Voters are only allowed to vote one ballot, and the ROV will only count the first ballot that is received. If you moved and re-registered before the 15-day close and have not returned your initial ballot to our office, you will automatically be reissued a new ballot to your address, but that previous ballot will be canceled. This ensures that you're voting in the correct precinct according to your residential address. At the certification of an election, a list of voters who submitted more than one ballot will be sent to the District Attorney's Office and Secretary of State for further investigation. All right, the federal and state guide rails that govern local elections administration. This is County Council is going to talk a little bit to this slide.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. So during her presentation, one of the things that she mentioned was hand counting of ballots, and that was raised that we should go there. And the law does not forbid the hand counting of ballots. However, the law does require that any system that the county used be certified by the Secretary of State. And so, for example, if this board were to suggest that we should go to hand counting of ballots, we would have to get permission, certification by the Secretary of the State of California to do so. I think that Ms. Hale would indicate to you that even if she were to get certification to do that, there are some administrative hurdles that may make it difficult for her to do the hand counting. One of the examples she gave was that she has to certify election results within 28 days or 30 days, depending on who's on the ballot, and that might be more difficult for her to do if she were required to hand count every single ballot that came into her office. There was a discussion about utilization of paper ballots only, and there are a number of laws listed there that recognize that people with disabilities may need accommodations in order to allow them to vote. And so some of the mechanisms she was talking about allows those who have disabilities to have the ability to vote. The elimination of vote by mail ballots is unpermitted. We're not going to be able to do that because California has passed a law that says every registered voter in the state of California shall be sent a ballot by mail. So it allows that. That would be the same in terms of the elimination of ballot drop boxes. California law indicates that we must provide at least 2 locations within our county for ballot boxes for every 30,000 registered voters that we have here. Imposition of one-day voting is also unpermitted. We have our statutes there which talk about that. And I'm not going to go through each one of those. I will just say, if it says unpermitted, the laws that are listed indicate that we cannot do that. And one might raise the question that, you know, you're the Board of Supervisors. You should be able to impose procedures here that are specific to the county, that address the special needs of our county. In the area of voting in California, the Secretary of State makes the rules, and we have to follow those rules. If we don't like the rules, we have to challenge. We can't say we're not going to comply. If we don't like the rules, what we do is we challenge them in a court of law to overturn those rules. But the Secretary of State really reigns here in the area of voting in California, and we are required by a number of these election codes, the National Voter Registration Act, the American with Disabilities Act, to comply with the law.
Thank you. All right, in conclusion, this concludes our process and review of election integrity and security in San Joaquin County, confirming that our elections are indeed safe, secure, and accurate. The Registrar of Voters Office is dedicated to each and every resident of San Joaquin County and is looking forward to focusing on the administration of the November election. I want to give a quick update about the November 8th election in closing. I have 2 more slides. We're almost there. So the November 8th, 2022 general election update, I'm very proud of our staff and all the work they've put in to put San Joaquin County in the front as getting everything done. Our vendors were very happy that we were able to submit our stuff in a very timely manner. In fact, we beat Los Angeles County getting our voter information guide printed. So we are on schedule and experiencing no delays in our processes. The county voter information guide is going to be mailed out this week. Friday, or on September 29th, is actually E-40, which is the first date. That's like great that we're going to get them mailed out, and you'll actually probably have them in your hand by that date. The official vote-by-mail ballots will be mailed the first week of October. So at E-35 in election language, that's 35 days before the election. The very last day we can mail those ballots is 29 days before the election, October 10th. So we're right on schedule and on target to get everything out to you in a timely manner. We will have 178 polling locations on election day with a total of 384 voting precincts. 206 are mail ballot precincts. What that means is you have less than 250 voters in your precinct, and so we're not assigning you a polling location. However, with your ballot materials, we're going to let you know where the very nearest 2 polling locations are. So if you want to utilize a polling location, you can actually still go to one on election day. You'll get on the sheet that comes with your ballot, it's going to give you a list of where all the drop boxes are. At the bottom, it's going to tell you where your local polling location is, or in the case of a mail ballot voter, you're going to have 2 locations that you can choose from that have been geocoded directly to your address and should be the closest possible in proximity to your address. For a list of polling locations and drop boxes and all other important election information, please visit our website, www.sjcrov.org. Keep in mind there is so much information available up there. We're also on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, so we are utilizing social media now to communicate and to let you know where we are with the election. Our office is always open to the public Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Anytime we're doing election activities, even if it's a Saturday or a Sunday and you know we're working, our door is open to you. Just make arrangements with our office during business hours, like, hey, are you guys working Saturday? We'll come down to the front door, we'll bring you up, we'll get you badged in, we'll have you sign in, we'll give you an observer badge, and we'll bring you in so you can observe whatever activity is that we're working on. We're hoping to not work any Sundays during this election cycle. That's what I've tried to promise our staff. But there will definitely be Saturday work as we're in the canvass period and different things like that, okay? Please come visit us anytime. I can show the public better than I can tell them anything that I've presented today. Please come in and take the opportunity. It's important to me. Residing in this county and growing up here, I want to be able to show us that elections are safe and secure. I can't speak for everywhere else, but as your registrar of voters, you all gave me a very important job, and I need to attest that our elections are safe here in San Joaquin County. If there's ever a question about anything, please let me know. As we've heard the public comment, I want the crowd to know that their concerns are valid to me, their voice is valid, and I'm going to do everything I can to look into their concerns as much as I can. And with that, you know, when I present this information, it's completely fact-based. Just to give you the information, and that's what we tried to do here today, and I hope that we've been able to accomplish that. Something I want to emphasize that's very, very important, returning your ballot early. Everyone wants the results quickly on election night, so if you utilize your vote by mail ballot, they can be dropped off up to 29 days early in our office. Once you receive it and vote it, we cannot process it until October 10th, but if you receive it, you vote it, and you bring it back, you can give it to us, and we will make sure the moment that we begin processing ballots, we'll process every vote by mail ballot we possibly can. So on election night, when we do that 8 p.m. release of results, that we get is the maximum amount of ballots tabulated for you. That way we can give you a nice picture of what the results will entail, okay? Yeah, I think I covered everything. So I think now, thank you for listening. I know this is a little bit of a long presentation, but I'm here to answer all your questions the best I can. I do have my subject matter experts here. If there's a question I, for some reason, can't answer, they're here to also help me answer that question. And I believe the vendor's still here. So at this time, board, any other questions, Chair, that you may have?
Thank you very much. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple questions and very thorough, great presentation. Thank you in the CAO's office, and this was an extensive period of time that you wanted to be well prepared for many of the questions that have been brought up. And again, every concern is valid and needs to be addressed, as you recognize. Couple quick questions. So, Mr. Diaz, you had shown with your Geiger counter, whatever that is, that we're not connected to the internet with the machines that are being utilized. Are you through Ms. Hale, is Mr. Diaz paid as an outside contractor, like some of the Zucker dollars or whatever's come in? Does he get a bonus? Does he get an incentive to be a participant in the election process that might kind of inspire him to do something different than his job description might be?
Mr. Diaz is a county employee of San Joaquin County that was background checked as our business analyst, and he was given direction by another county staff member, Dalen Johnson. I think he had stepped out, but Dalen is our ISD analyst that's been with our office for 16 years. And so they, in conjunction, created that video. And so it was county staff that have been background checked and approved by our county as employees. So no connection or incentive pay or anything like that outside of being a public servant of San Joaquin County.
And that's for the rest of the staff as well. They're not getting bonuses because of a benevolent outside foundation that wants them to participate in an election cycle in a particular way or any other influence?
Not at all. In fact, these folks tend to spend a lot of time away from their families during election cycles just to be dedicated to our county and to our voters and making sure that it's done right and it's done on time. And so they spend a lot of time in that office taking care of it and are not connected in any way or given any kind of incentives. In fact, that would be against the law if they were.
Yeah, and we appreciate that. Thank you. A couple other questions. When a vote tally is sent, and it's transmitted from our office, your offices, to the state to be received by the Secretary of State's office, I guess, for verification and for, I guess, for the records.
Right.
Do we follow up? Like, let's say we send out certain results, and in the magical air of the internet and the algorithms and somebody influencing and changing it all, and it arrives in Sacramento different, are we verifying, or do we send it off and we never pay attention again to what is received in Sacramento?
Actually, we do. So after we actually use a very secure process. There's an electronic file transfer. It's not just emailed to the Secretary of State's office. They actually have a series of they have a specific system in how we report our results. We could go into more detail about that, but that's a secured process to send our results. Then we have to hand deliver a hard copy of our statement of the votes cast. And then they actually proofread. And if there's anything that was sent in our electronic file transfer that doesn't match the hard copy statement of the vote that was produced from our voting system, that's going to raise a flag, and we're going to have to investigate to figure out what's going on. So it's not just a send them off and we're done type of deal. It's actually, then we have to submit that hard copy book. After this primary election, as you all recall, I sent up a book of 6 binders that was the certified statement of the vote for our June primary. And so we provide one to the board, and we also take one to the state, and we keep one of those in our office. And so at any time, if you wanted to look at the digital reporting and compare it to the hard copy, you could at any time.
Okay, and something I wanted to get clarification on. We're hearing about voter machines, the voting machines, okay, that I believe our vendors talked about. Explain to me the process. We've received the machine, we've received the ballot, whether it was voted and sent in person or sent by mail. We have a sorting machine, we verify a signature, and then talk to me about the electronic eye that's counting and tabulating. Are these also the new voter machines? Is it one integrated system, or do we have a separate system that's also secure and verified and such?
So I think what you're asking is about the signature verification on the vote by mail ballot.
Not just signature verification, because after it's been signature verified, it's actually going to be put into a machine and tallied.
Correct. So
I'd like to know about the tally machine.
Okay, so what happens once the ballot is separated and it's been through inspection and all that and it's ready to be scanned, the scanning machines, all they're doing is capturing images of the ballots, and there's 3 barcodes that determine exactly where that box is marked. Those images are then placed onto the certified V drives, those thumb drives that are specific for our election equipment. Those images are then taken into our count room and then uploaded, and at that time they're tabulated. So there is once the images are scanned, that's one process, and then it's a completely independent process where you take them over and now you're uploading those drives, and then you actually hit a box that says tabulate, and now it gives you your results. Once it gives you those results are then burned to another drive, and that drive is then taken out of that room, and now we can upload to the Secretary of State's EFT and to into Omni Ballot, which is is it 10X. 10X is who reports our results onto our website. And so that information is, as we were stated, those reports from the machine are printed out. We take that report, we proof and match and make sure everything's good, and then we go ahead and upload those results to those 2 different entities.
Okay, so is there a vendor or anybody that can speak about those tally machines? Are they new? They're every 10 years, they're upgraded, they have software that are downloaded into them. Tell me about the safety mechanisms that prevent fraud or prevent anything to be downloaded into them so that the tabulations change when they go through that process.
Well, it's all part of the HART voting system. So what happens is there's 3 pieces. There's the ballot build equipment, and then that information is put into Central, and Central is where the ballot images are scanned, and then from there they're moved to Count, and Count is the 3rd piece of the HART system, which is where those are uploaded. So we've just replaced all of our machines in 2019, and so what you're currently seeing is the 3 components that make up the voting system for HART. So maybe the vendor, did that clarify?
No.
Or
Thank you, and I appreciate that. So everything the vendor said as it relates to the HART system was more than just the voting process. It had to do with the voting, the tabulation, everything all the way through. Like you said, there's 3 phases.
Yep, correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand that.
Yeah, no worries.
Everybody else may have gotten that, but I'm thinking, well, what about the electronic tabulation process? Is there a point that an algorithm or a hacking, but we've already addressed all of that safety protocol that's put into the entire system?
Correct. And then those V drives, just to elaborate a little bit, are there's chain of custody with all of that. They're labeled, they're placed into envelopes. We never allow one person to be alone with the drives. We treat those drives just like they're hard copy ballots. So all of those chain of custody protocols are in place by trained registrar of voter staff.
Okay, and 2 more quick questions, and I know that maybe the public has some statements or questions as well. The ballot drop boxes, are the ballots picked up daily, and at what time? What do we do? What's our protocol? What's the state law? How do we make sure? We've seen on 2,000 Mules that at 11, 10, 12, 1 or 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, these boxes are stuffed with many more ballots. What's our protocol and what's the policy?
So all of our locations are indoors, and they follow the business hours of the if it's the city hall, it's following their business hours. If it's a grocery store, it's following their business hours. And in most instances, we're not required for them to be under camera, but because they are established in businesses, in most cases, they are under drop boxes or underneath camera. We do daily pickups on election day. We do more than one pickup just to ensure that we're emptying them in time. That staff is background checked. They're brought in. They're trained by our registration and vote by mail supervisors and their teams. There's a log. They keep a binder of when they do the pickups. They're tracking the serial number of how they're sealing that box. They're doing all of those things to ensure that it's being followed correctly, and we're following all of the chain of custody guidelines from the Secretary of State. We actually have to submit our plan for early ballot retrieval, and we have to do a survey, and we have to tell them what our plan is, and we have to show them our procedures, and all of that is a publicly documented information.
Okay, and one last question. I'm currently reaching out to voters and calling and finding about 20 maybe 30% of phone numbers aren't good. They're bad. They're bad voters. They don't exist. They're different names, different people, bad numbers, bad numbers, bad numbers. Why? How is this? I'm sure this isn't resting on your shoulders. I know we depend on state to update files when somebody leaves or changes, or that person to document and resubmit their new addresses and such. But I mean, if I went back 6 years ago when I'm on the phone and calling voters and reaching out, same thing. A lot of bad phone numbers. And how do we account for that?
I think it's important for voters to remember that they need to provide an updated phone number. When you re-register, we don't require the phone number to be accurate. In fact, we don't require a phone number. So in some instances, the voters don't even give a phone number. So we can only take in the data they provide. What we are required to check is that last four of that social and that driver's license number, and confirming that they are a legal resident, and that's done by other agencies on our behalf. But outside of that, we don't require a phone number. I mean, I would just recommend to voters that it's really important, if you want to get full access, to go ahead and provide an email address and a phone number to our office, and then that information can be passed on to any candidates that are running for office that are wanting to contact them. If there's an educational outreach regarding voting, anything of that nature, the more information you give, the easier you can be reached. And so it's not required to give a phone number, unfortunately, and so I'm sorry you're having that experience.
No, just curious, because we hear about updated voter rolls, so it just hasn't changed. There's always that not high percentage, but there is a significant percentage with inaccurate information. So, all right, thank you. That's all this time. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I will just say that I've also been involved in, as I think all of us have, making calls to voters. And one of the primary reasons why I eventually gave up my landline was because the only calls I was getting on my landline were robocalls, and I was completely buried during election season. That was all I was getting. And I gave up the landline, and I never corrected it with the ROV. It never even occurred to me. And so I think that's happened with a lot of people. I think we've all had the same experience. As we go forward, there's fewer and fewer people providing cell numbers. More and more people are exclusively using cell phones. And since it's not required, I think I don't see it getting any better. But in terms of needing to correct or provide new information, what's the process for voters? So let's say you wanted to go check and make sure your info was correct and it was updated in time for the upcoming November election. So if our address changed, what would be the process, and what's the timing on it?
If you change your address, you have to re-register to vote. So there are certain things that require that. If you change your address, if you change your party, if you change your name. So if any of those existed, you need to do a re-registration. You can do it on the Secretary of State's website if you're into the digital technology. If you don't want to do that, you can come down to our office and we can give you an affidavit. If you don't want to come down to our office, you can call us. We will mail you an affidavit. There's several ways that you can go about it, and just contacting our office. And I would just say it's communication. If you're unsure, call our office. office, and we're always happy to take calls and point you in the right direction. And, make sure if you want to check the status, you can come into our office. You can also go to the My Voter status that I shared in the presentation to confirm that everything's updated. And you can do it at any time. My recommendation would be prior to the 15-day close of registration. But that's even an interesting thing in this day and age, because we have conditional voter registration, so that 15-day window after close of registration up to election day, you can still update your registration. You can register for the first time. If we validate you as a registered voter, we'll open that envelope, because the envelope has the affidavit basically on it, or it has a pocket for the affidavit. We'll confirm that you're a registered voter, and then we'll go ahead and open that, and we'll count that ballot. So you can do it basically all the way through election day prior to 8 p.m.
Great. So really the safest way for us to communicate with constituents is to reach out to your office.
Absolutely, and we'll provide what we can. You can buy, voter data if you so choose that's being used appropriately. There are stipulations around that and requirements of how you use that data, but it is provided. And I think you nailed it on the head, Supervisor Miller, that we get so many calls. Like, I still get those calls to my phone, and I don't give out my cell phone number, but we're still getting those calls. And I think it's popular in this day and age, if you don't have to give the phone number, you're not going to give it, because you don't want to get the spam calls, if you will.
Right. Thank you. That answers my questions.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. As it relates to drop boxes and polling locations, and even from, transporting the ballots from the precinct to the warehouse to ROV, do we have, the folks that are picking up these ballots or transporting these ballots, are their vehicles tracked by any means?
Their vehicles aren't tracked, but the ballot boxes are. So we use asset shadow, which is a barcode. So every time those items are scanned, so we're able to track where they're at. So at each transfer point, they're scanned. So like on election night, the poll workers bring the boxes back to the receiving center. They're scanned there at the receiving center. Once they're scanned and they're transported to the Registrar of Voters warehouse, they're scanned again at the Registrar of Voters warehouse. So we're able to track that. Something I'm looking into now that I am your Registrar of Voters is we were able to see at our conference in July that they actually use their GIS mapping system, the ARC maps, as a way to be able to track where the movement of the boxes and everything. And so that's something that we're hoping to implement soon for our office. We are getting the right people into place, and we're looking into those things and how we might be able to implement technology. It was something actually Orange County showed at the conference, and as you know, they're a much larger county with probably more funds at their fingertips. We laugh because they actually have a studio where they film their their commercials and things for voting that we definitely don't have here. But the cool part about this job is I'm able to work with all 57 other registrars throughout the state of California. We collaborate, we share ideas, and so I actually saw something that was very interesting that would allow us to track in the future. And so it's something that as soon as we get done with the election, we're going to be looking into some of these things to improve our processes.
No, I think that would be great. I think that would be something that we should be definitely going to.
Absolutely.
And I mean, in real time, and see exactly where these ballot boxes are and these ballots are. And my second inquiry is, what about folks who are actually going to the drop boxes, picking up the ballots in it and returning? Why don't we have like body cams or something?
We don't have body cams. I guess that's something you could look into, but we do require the two-person integrity, and they have a tracking log. Our office establishes the route for them. So our management team has established what that route is, how long it should take them, all of those things. So we're tracking it to the best of our ability right now, but I don't know how body cams would play out because these are just county employees. I mean, it's something that maybe we could look into, but I could imagine that the tracking with the GIS and the ARC map that I'm referring to might be a little bit more of an efficient way. But I mean, again, we're not against anything that we want to do in this county that the law will allow us to do. And if there's a recommendation by the board to implement something or to ask us to look into, we'd have to check with HR about putting a body cam on a temporary, worker that's employed by the county. I don't know the details of that, but I mean, if it was something we wanted to look into, by all means, I'm happy looking into that.
You do it to law enforcement.
That is true. They do. So I mean, we could definitely look into it, I would think.
And this would just be when you're picking up and returning the ballots. Mm-hmm. You're talking about integrity, and I mean, if there are concerns, these are just some ways that it can be addressed. And it's I mean, again, there's other occupations.
Absolutely.
Are mandated to do it. So, but that is it. So thank you for a very thorough report. There's a lot of information, and I think a lot of people got a lot out of it. So appreciate it.
Yes, you're welcome.
I would like to thank you for not only your efforts, but your staff in regards to working on this, because I know you're all busy getting ready for the November election. And I know you've been, very accommodating, certainly to me and other board members in regards to answering our questions. So I appreciate that, because I know you've got other things to do. I do, just touching upon Vice Chair Rickman's comment, body cams are intended to protect the employee. They're not to catch them doing something wrong. So, and that's for a future discussion. In regards to there's a lot of concerns or questions about in-person. Has your office done any calculations in what it would cost as far as staffing or resources to do a one-day vote in regards to then hand counting every ballot? Because you touched upon, encouraging individuals to submit their mail-in ballots early. What was the percentage that we received on Election Day of people who dropped those off at the last minute, the day of the election, to, I guess, have concerns about mailing them or whatever their concerns were?
Don't quote me exactly, but I think it was about 44,000 utilized returning it early, and then we received about 60,000 more between Monday and Tuesday, so Monday before Election Day. So the 6th and the 7th is when we received about 60,000 ballots. But there's also information out there about like using the Postal Service and concerns there and concerns with drop boxes, and so I think that's why people waited. So we're just encouraging them, if they do have mistrust of those processes, they can drop it off at our office if they so choose, and that just gives us an opportunity to count them sooner, I would say. So.
Okay. So in regards to the resources required for a one-day vote hand count, did your staff have any calculations of, ballpark figure what that would cost the county to perform?
Well, we would not be able to do one-day voting. That's not permissible by law. But as far as doing a hand count, we have looked into it. But here's the we don't have any, when you do a projection, right, you're looking at your previous 3 years to project what's going to happen in the future year. We don't really have a baseline on how to do that other than doing our 1% manual tally that we do. So we did try to crunch some numbers by looking at our 1% manual tally, but we also aren't factoring in the fact that we have to report those results by precincts, by congressional districts, by supervisorial districts, by assembly districts, and by city council districts. So it's not as simple as just count the ballots and we're done. There's a specific way that those results have to be reported to the state. And now when you add in those processes, you're now complicating it even further. And so I have great concerns about doing a hand count, because it's my duty also to ensure that we're doing it correctly and accurately. And I just am not sure, and I did make a note about that I wasn't really quite sure how I would be able to attest, I certify that election and I sign off on it saying that it's been done accurately, correct, and exactly as it should be. And so if we did a hand count, how am I going to do an audit on that hand count? So I would guess, there's no precedence on how to do that, but if we were to do that, we'd probably have to count them by hand 3 times, and it wouldn't surprise me if we came up with a different number each time just because of human error. And so it's a very hard item to look at and say, oh, it's going to cost this dollar amount, because there's a lot of moving targets there to determine what that would be. I'm definitely willing to look into it in more depth. We did post in the Election Advisory Committee Q&A that it would take about 50 staff members 30 days, but that's also saying that there's no other tasks that have to be done in association with the election. We weren't able to factor in the different districts you have to report by. So again, we're trying to establish a baseline on something that doesn't really exist. But again, we can look into it in more detail, and I actually have it on my list of questions for the next Election Advisory Committee. That was one of the hot topics that we had on last Friday at our last meeting, and so I plan on diving into that a little deeper to see what we can get. But there would be a lot of concerns for me about ensuring that our election has been counted correctly.
Well, I appreciate that, and I don't expect, I've just had a question in regards to that, because, as you say, it's not permitted anyway based upon the election code. In regards to updating rolls, you listed a variety of agencies that you receive information from. In regards to, for example, one that's used frequently is people died. So how often does the registrar of voters take that information and clean the rolls, so to speak, to make sure that those who've either moved or passed away or whatever has been correctly corrected?
We have a dedicated team of 4 staff that are assigned specifically to registration, and it's a daily process. Like, reports come in on a daily basis from different agencies. Something I've recently worked with our registration supervisor to establish is a log. So every time they're getting a list in, they're keeping a log of when we're getting those lists in. Sometimes it's biweekly from an organization, sometimes it's daily. They come in the next morning. They have alerts from VoteCal saying that these things need to be done. So believe it or not, it's actually a process that happens on a very daily basis, and it's a continuous job. It's a never-ending job. From moment to moment, the registration rolls are changing, and we're having to look and make sure that everything is up to date. So it's a daily process.
So you're relying on other agencies to provide you with that updated information?
Absolutely, unless we receive notification from the voter. In a perfect world, what would be nice is every time a voter moves, or they move out of the county or out of the state, that they give us a call and say, hey, can you cancel me out? I'm moving to Nevada. But that just doesn't happen. And so we depend on those updates. If we get an official update from another state through those different channels, like the courts, the Social Security Administration, and those different things, once we're made privy of any of that information, we do our due diligence to make sure that we're updating it as we're receiving it. And so it's an ongoing process that we do on a daily basis.
Okay, and then in regards to drop boxes, and I know there's a concern in regards to ballot harvesting and, stuffing these boxes, especially with the 2,000 mule videos of people, in the middle of the night or whatever. Is there... Because I know, obviously, you check signatures to ensure that that particular ballot is by that particular person. Is there any way that, for example, if because the deliverer has to sign essentially that they've dropped it off and what the relationship is there any way to detect that maybe there's a person who's dropped off like 75 ballots for a variety of individuals, probably not all relatives, I assume, but is there a method by which that can be, and I obviously when you're talking several 100,000, I get it, but is that something that would be, at least on a random basis, could be looked at as far as, and I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying it raises a question about, and you talked about the violation if somebody is receiving compensation, et cetera. So I would say if they delivered 75 ballots, they have a big heart, or there's another reason why they're doing it. So just a question.
Well, and what we can do is we save those envelopes. I believe it's 5 years on the envelopes because they contain a signature, just like an affidavit is actually 5 years that we keep it. So after any given election, we could go through all of those envelopes and look at authorized agent boxes, and we could sort out everybody that has an authorized agent box signed. And I mean, we could track it if that was requested. We could definitely do that. I don't think at this time that we actually track each person that uses the authorized agent. Yeah, not at this time, but we do save those those envelopes, and so at any time we could go back and look at an election and determine, if somebody filled it out. What I would say, if somebody is doing something like that, I can guarantee they're probably not filling out the authorized agent box, and they're waiting until nobody's looking, and that's how they would go about it. And so we really have to rely on our signature checking and taking value. If a citizen is concerned, we actually had a citizen that shared with us that they thought they had seen somebody at our drop box downstairs putting in 200 ballots or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. And so we actually viewed that footage, and we only saw 2 instances, and we seen one with a particular candidate's shirt on that put 7 ballots in the box. And then we seen another instance where somebody put 10 in there, but we never saw that person's face appear on the camera again during that time on election day that we audited the footage. And my thing is as concerned citizens, if you ever see anything that's odd to you, let me know, and I'm going as your registrar. I promise you I'll do everything I can to look into it, and we'll address it. And so it takes a village, and I think that's what's really important here too, is as a county and as a community, if you see something, you got to break the silence, if you will. You have to get out there and you have to say, hey, I seen this and it wasn't okay. It could be a perceived thing, and so then we need to look into it. And if it comes to a point where we think it's an investigative matter, then again I would forward it over to the sheriff's office.
Right, and I think you've, at least in the meetings we've had, you've talked about the importance of voters checking their registration.
Absolutely.
Because, and I've even heard of individuals who've checked and found that they were registered under a different party, and that's a concern. So I think we all have a role to play in this in regards to making sure that our votes count. I know that in prior conversations with our CEO in his prior life, he stated to me that if you're an organization and you don't think that there's any fraud, you're not very well informed. And when I say that, obviously fraud goes in degrees or numbers, but I don't think there's any organization that's perfect. And all I can say is that what you're offering in regards to your protocols and processes and things like that is, we can only do so much. There's always people who will try to circumvent the system, and that's the challenge we're faced with. But hopefully over time we can learn from past experiences and try to prevent those. And Jay, did you have a comment? Because I brought you into this, but just from our conversations in the past.
Thank you, Chair. I did make that comment. As I'd mentioned, I'd done a chunk of fraud investigation in my earlier years as an auditor. And there becomes a cost, and you can bolt down as much security and control as you want in any organization, whether it's a manufacturing company, a sales organization, a government, or anything else. And there becomes a point at which the cost of control is more than the loss associated with the control. And it would be probably virtually impossible to try to lock down every single vote accurately as we possibly could without going out to each resident's home and confirming their ballot and their ballot choices, whether or not they sent a ballot and whether or not they were even registered. And it would be incalculable what that might cost in order to do. So there will always likely be some tiny little margin of error that will be associated with any way that an election would happen in any jurisdiction, not just ours. I'm speaking globally. And what we try to do, and what I think our registrar tries to do very vigilantly, and she's tried to demonstrate today, is we want to slim that margin down to the slightest, most, unconsequential piece that we possibly can. And so I think that's what we're trying to do with all the cautions, safeguards, security, and controls that we can possibly put in. And they're called internal controls. That's something that's well used in the accounting world. So I hope that adds a little bit of clarity for you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. Any other questions? Public comment? Anyone wishing to speak on this particular issue? Yes, gentleman in the back. If you could state your name, please.
Holly Moore. So all processes involving ballots are not under camera because the drop boxes are wide open. Most of these are at public businesses, and they're not right under a camera. We don't know who's putting ballots in there. How could we possibly do that? If we went to the trouble of putting drop boxes there, we need to put cameras right on them where we can see people's faces. We need to have this monitored, and they need to be live fed to the sheriff's office 24 hours a day where the public can look at all of the video all the time, and they need to be saved. These videos need to be saved so that we can go back and watch them. So if we have to go, we can't sit there all day long and watch, cameras, but we want to be able to go through and look at them. I was looking at footage last night, as a matter of fact, and I found some behavior that was unacceptable. People, videoing our drop boxes and whatnot from outside. It's not okay for us to have unmonitored ballots out there in the world, out in the county. They must all be monitored constantly. And also, too, we need to look at, what is the cost of hand counting versus the cost of the ballot machines? We're spending an enormous amount on the machines. Doing them by hand would be a fraction of the cost. And if you're doing it at the precinct level, it's all volunteers counting. It's an enormous savings for the county. We don't need Zuckerberg. We don't need any of his stuff. We don't need his help. We could do it ourselves. Thank you.
Please state your name again.
Molly Watkins.
Thank you.
Just something to think about after listening to your presentation. If you remember the Volkswagen incident with the smog, that every time you took your car in, it met smog requirement, it was fine. It wasn't until a group of students decided they wanted to investigate and did an off-site test of the equipment and of the car and realized that only the car made the smog requirements when it was plugged into the required testing equipment. When the car was plugged into other testing equipment, it no longer met smog qualifications. So, think about your system, think about our system. Is it really secure?
Gentleman back there. It's your turn. State your name, please.
Sure. Frank Galdo. Thank you, Chairman Nguyen and the supervisors for making this time to discuss election integrity. Thank you also for creating an election advisory committee. Appreciate that very much. I thought this was a great presentation by Registrar Hale, but also I thought we had some great comments by the public, and I appreciate the presentation by Hart Representative Peter Lichenheld. Thank you for coming to our county. I remain a huge fan of Olivia Hale and trust her ability to help us locally navigate this national lack of trust in our election system. That said, COVID was a unique crisis, but dealing with crises are not unique. Crises should never be used as an excuse to abandon best practices. A review of documents obtained by 209 Times determined that $10,669.32 of the $584,984.25 accepted by the county went to Verizon for, quote, equipment purchased to administer elections, hotspots purchased because operations during COVID required additional equipment. Although this may be totally non-nefarious, this does not invoke trust. My personal politics are fairly right of center. I'm very pro-Second Amendment, but even I would not want the National Rifle Association or the Republican Party donating Wi-Fi hotspot equipment to the ROV. The board shouldn't have allowed left-leaning Zuckerbucks either. Facebook exerts tremendous influence of how the social media deals with election issues. Locally, 209 Times relies on Facebook-owned platforms to share our displeasure with Facebook's influence over our local election integrity. They exert a lot of power over our lives. As a side note, we now know from Mr. Zuckerberg himself that Hunter Biden's laptop story was specifically suppressed by Facebook as it was originally wrongfully flagged as being Russian interference. That's a fact. Now Mr. Zuckerberg even influences how many hotspots we utilize when administrating our elections, even right here in San Joaquin County. That is wrong. I recommend moving forward that San Joaquin County adopt an ordinance that creates a clear firewall between any nonprofit, left or right or center, and the registrar's office in order to alleviate even the appearance of impropriety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Shoemaker, I appreciate all of what you went through, to do all this research and everything, and I appreciated seeing that there's a scanner that can check for bugs or whatever, but how often is that checked? And is there one of those scanners at every station or machine that's used? I mean, because how quickly can something be,
So I do have the scanning device that we purchased, and it was purchased from our department. We have it available, and I actually plan on having it there. So if observers come in and they want to see, we'd be happy to show it to you at any time. I want you guys to be able to believe in your process, and so whatever I can do to provide that to you, we are open to that. And if it's within the lines of the law and the board allows me to do it, then we will by all means do all that we can to give you guys trust again in your election.
I don't know how many have been victims of ID fraud. I have been, and it's very concerning and scary. And I don't have trust in the system just because that's happened, and it's possible to happen at a second. And so if something's not being scanned constantly, it's open to fraud. And I just hope that you guys can make some decisions that will help us get back to that trust.
Absolutely.
It's not there right now.
Sheriff Harris.
Alex Olaferis, just little observations and comments. Even if we have this October 7th ROV thing at 10 a.m. and you bring people there, do they know what they're looking for? Where is the computer scientists who handled the system hacks in 2007? A lot of them still teach in the local University of California. Did anyone bring them here today? Ask them questions? It's just saying. And Mr. Peter Lichtenheld even mentioned the comment, everything is hackable. Our system is not even, so yeah, I mean, that there is issues out there. Second, do I trust the Department of Motor Vehicles when they register people who come into this country with no document status? They're not even citizens. Do I trust the DMV? Do I trust the Social Security office? Because these people that come into our country with no documentation, and my parents came here legally. My whole family came here legally to the United States. So what prevents them from not voting? Maybe my uncle next door from Canada could, maybe he should, maybe we could test hack and see if he could vote, because he's a driver and he works in America, he's been here 30 years. So do I trust the DMV? No. Do I trust public health? No, because we're handling people that we don't have status on. So there's a lot of questions. And second, and I'm going to bring up some code from Secretary of State that was amended in 2019, and it's going to shock you what's going to. So basically, is today's presentation meant to squash any talks about election integrity or improving the system, or is it just, hey guys, we have this presentation today, go away, go away. 100 counties have banned the voting machines. Have you talked to Nate County, you the supervisors? Have you looked into some of these counties and asked some questions of these supervisors? Hey, what are you guys doing? You could do that. You guys could do it, not her, you. We pay you to do this stuff. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes. Please state your name.
Barbara Boynton.
Okay.
My question is, for years and years, I remember as a kid, my folks and other people sitting around the TV on election night and getting results that very night. And that was long before computers, and computers, even when I was a kid, took up a whole room. And now I know it's big money with the computer business, and that's the thing. But what's so hard about hand counting now when they were able to do it long before computers were even an item.
From what I understand, there's been a huge increase in the amount of voters registered. I recently talked to another registrar that he 20 years ago became a registrar. There was less than 100,000 people registered to vote in his county, and now there's 300,000. So I would say that that's part of it. And then just the requirements around elections. Like I shared in 1972, the age changed, and there's been a process over time that has changed in code. And so our job in our office is just to follow the election code exactly as it's written and to take direction from our board as needed. And that's all I can tell you. At some point, if the state changed the law and said to do a hand count, we'd figure out how to get it done for you. So, I mean, it's just following the guidelines set forth and making sure we're doing it accurately and correctly by those guidelines.
Right. And long before COVID, there was all kinds of other epidemics that people went through, and they didn't even have the medical abilities to fix them, and they still went and voted and did it rapidly. And if we have 300,000 people as opposed to 100,000, you just need 3 times the people. That's not rocket science. So
Absolutely.
anyhow, but that's my big question for everybody. Why not?
There isn't, and just to help too, is there's no other county in California that's doing that. I actually had heard from somebody that Nevada County was doing it, so I called Natalie, that's the county clerk registrar over there, and I'm like, is that happening? She's like, no, actually we have heart like you guys. So anytime you bring up stuff, like, I'm going to look into it to the best of my ability whenever I can for you. And
well, maybe you can get it started in the whole state, huh?
Anyone else? Okay. Any final comments from the board? If not,
Chairman Nguyen.
yes.
You
I'm
have
sorry.
public comments.
I keep forgetting, Rochelle. Thank you.
First public comment is by Grant Cook, who writes, recently I learned that it cost the county somewhere between $3 to $6 million to run an election. While I do not know what it cost to run the election in the past with just paper ballots and no voting machines, it seems logical that it would have cost less, especially considering that the voting machines have large ongoing costs, whether it be for maintenance, software upgrades, machine failures, switching to new voting machines, or whatever the issue. And then there are the costs of the service people required to do the work on those machines. Since these voting machines contain electronic components and software that are effectively black boxes, it is obvious to all objective observers that some kind of audit is required to have any confidence in the use of these voting machines. The ROV has told me that only state-approved auditors are allowed to do such audits. Obviously, these audits add to the cost of the election. I consider these audits essential if the county is to continue to use these machines. But with the large-scale suffering in our communities, with the massive inflation we are experiencing, why not remove the voting machine from our elections? There are so many avenues to commit fraud in each election, and so many people with the motivation to do so. Should not our county move to systemically remove these avenues? Remember, the trust of the electorate depends upon our choices in these matters. Next comment is submitted by Anne Marie Avancino, who writes, Dear Supervisors, on the agenda for your Tuesday morning meeting, you will be presented with information claiming our election is safe and secure. I believe there is enough evidence to submit that our election is not safe and secure in San Joaquin County. Please adopt a one-day, one-vote, on paper, in person, no machines, no mail-in ballot format. The next comment was submitted by Monica Davenport, who writes, Stop using the machines, stop using the drop boxes that are being used to perpetuate the election fraud. Stop using the poll pads, fix the voter rolls, go back to in-person, one-day voting, and hand count. I have voted since I was 18, all in San Joaquin County. These past couple of elections have been a farce. Unbelievable on how this county have been running these elections. No results for days, weeks, months. We all have been watching and seeing the fraud. Stop the madness, get back to honest elections. The next comment was submitted by Sal, who writes, Stop using the machines, stop using the drop boxes that Mark Zuckerberg paid for. Stop using the poll pads, fix the voter rolls, go back to in-person, one-day voting and hand count, etc. Prosecute election fraud, maximum jail sentences, and fine. Revoke all voting rights and campaign involvement. My zip code 95215. Next comment was submitted by Charlene Lawler, who writes, Regarding crooked elections, our county needs to stop using the voting machines, stop using the drop boxes that Mark Zuckerberg paid for, stop using the poll pads, fix the voter rolls, go back to in-person one-day voting, and hand count. Return integrity to our election process. The next comment was submitted by Sharon Ponder, who writes, After reading the Carter-Baker Commission report, I've become even more concerned about absentee mail-in voting. Sending everyone an official ballot, as California does, which can be mailed in, seems to be ripe for fraud. I like to vote absentee. However, what is to stop someone from voting the ballot of a person who no longer lives at an address? Is there a way to stop a person from bribing the homeless for their ballots, as was done in LA? Are people going into nursing homes and soliciting ballots from those no longer able to reason, as was tried in Texas years ago? In Virginia, I tried to request an absentee ballot and vote ahead of the November date. ID had to be shown. To me, everything we can do to prevent even a whiff of fraud would reassure voters. The next comment was submitted by Araceli, who writes, "Hello all. We demand free and fair elections. Listening to these experts speak is like listening to Dr. Park speak on the COVID pandemic shots. I pray they wake up to reality. All this election corruption has been going on forever. It's just now coming to the surface, where we, the people, can see it and demand change. Our government is beyond corrupt, and it's in our face. California is the state in the worst shape. If you trust deep state cult Newsom, that alone says it all. If you use common sense, you know he was never elected. Newsom was installed the first term. Then they manipulated the recall. Hello. Good God help us all, because we need a miracle to expose this all." The next comment was submitted by Allie, who writes, "Good morning, board. I urge you to remove the voting machines. Do not replace them, but remove them. Do not waste any money on more fraudulent machines. We want free and fair elections. One day in-person voter ID. Have you paid attention to the busloads of illegals that are being brought into our county? Who approved this? Who is getting paid to allow this? If you are not aware, you now know. Do something." The next comment was submitted anonymously, who writes, "I'm all in favor with banning voting machines. Please do the right thing." The next comment was submitted by Andrea, who writes, "Good morning, board. We still demand free and fair elections, no machines. One day in-person voting. San Joaquin County is still playing games, we see. We are still in the pandemic state of emergency. Our corrupt county continues with the poison shots and fraud PCR testing. Why? Oh, we will never forget, like you all have said, the money. Thank you for continuing the abuse of the people in your community." The next comment was submitted by Joe Ferrari, who writes, "The Secretary of State's report entitled Voter Participation Statistics by County, November 3rd, 2020 General Election states that there were 292,818 living voters in San Joaquin County for the 2020 general election. SJROV voter history from the 12/27/2021 rolls shows 284,548 living voters were in the county as of such election. What happened to 8,270 living voters? They were, I emphasize, alive and not dead. Voters removed from the rolls. Where did these living people go? If the state is counting them and they don't exist at the county level, the problem appears to arise in connection with the state of California, not our ROV. It shows that our county itself is not in charge of these votes. Is this the tip of the iceberg? If our supervisors vote to do away with the machines and electronic counting goes away, at least 8,270 ghost voters cannot begin the barcode machine manipulated electronically by outside entities and laundered through the state rolls. These are enough votes to swing many races. May the sheriff continue to pay attention to matters such as this. The Board of Supervisors needs to protect our ballots and votes to avoid outside interference in our election, including enemy states, hackers, corruption, public distrust, and Russian collusion. And the supervisors need to return us to same-day in-person paper ballot voting and a hand count only. The next comment was submitted by Jim Shoemaker, who writes, "Good morning, board. With another election coming up, I would request that the Board of Supervisors immediately remove the voter machines, as it is proven just like your home, business, or U.S. military computers, all can be manipulated and hacked. County and state government do not spend anywhere near what the United States military spends on protecting their computers. As president of the San Joaquin County Republican Assembly, I'm requesting on behalf of our membership and citizens of our county to remove the voting machines, no matter what make they are, and go back to paper ballots and hand counting, as you have proven in last election that you can hand count the ballots. There is no time to waste. It is your responsibility as elected officials of the people to uphold our oath of office and do what's right so so that we have fair and honest elections. Thank you, Jim Shoemaker. The next comment was submitted by Karen Juntin, who writes, the voting computers must not be used. A forensic and source code audit needs to be performed, preferably during the election on November 8th, 2022. How much money did you get from Zuckerberg's CTCL? How was the money spent? An audit of the logs during the November 8th election needs to be performed. Who is accusing the voting computers? Is there a discrepancy between the Secretary of State report of how many voted in the 2020 presidential election and what the voter history data reports? Did Dr. Frank examine this data? Did he report to you or the register how many phantom voters that he found? Regarding the source code, no transparency violates federal election laws that require transparency. The source code should not be proprietary. No bank, no Wall Street firm would ever have proprietary source code. Your vendor needs to go. You need to go to hand counting paper ballots. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, it's necessary to make some changes to ensure that we the people are being represented by candidates voted in by using a trustworthy, honest, and fair election. To do so, we need to go back to a single-day voting system. It works successfully in many geographic locations much larger than San Joaquin County. We need to mandate voter identification required that only registered citizens may be allowed to have their vote counted. The voting machines are absolutely not reliable nor trustworthy. They must be eliminated. We should not be using ballot boxes. Only authorized voting locations should collect ballots. Absentee ballots should be used only upon limited situations. We need this done immediately to ensure a fair and legal election result in the upcoming midterm elections. The next comment was submitted by Marilyn Hammond, who writes, I will not be able to attend in person because of work, but I do not want my lack of presence to be misunderstood for lack of engagement. I am very concerned about the state of our elections in our county. The state and the nation, we must begin here. I expect accountability in San Joaquin County that stands firm on election integrity, regardless of mandates from our state government. Our constitutional process allows for and is actually structured for us to defy higher levels of government if they are not acting in the best interest of the people. I am very grateful for the Election Integrity Committee that has been set up. Now I'm asking you to answer the probing questions. I'm asking you to consider the evidence, explore, and investigate on this county level. Empower our sheriff to investigate. Voting machines need to go. Drop boxes need to go. The voter rolls need to be cleaned up. No more polling pads. We need to go back to same-day voting and counting the ballots by hand. We know that there is mounting evidence of fraud on multiple levels. We want you to know that there is a growing number of people who are getting educated and are ready to hold our leaders accountable for making the choices that protect our sacred voting privileges. The next comment was submitted by Nunn, who writes, we do not need machines to count our votes. With approximately 130 polling places and usually 284,000 people voting, the precincts can do the counting of the approximate 2,180 ballots that would be filed out at each polling place. No mail-in ballots. There is no chain of command with mail-in ballots. Everyone needs to vote in person or mail their ballot on the day of the election. No drop boxes, no machines. One-day voting and ID is needed. I don't understand the problem with voter ID. You need ID to do anything else except to vote. What are you trying to hide? This would provide a lesser change of fraud. The next comment was submitted by Juanita Chavez, who writes, I support election integrity and I want to see the following changes. No voting machines, no drop boxes, same-day voting, no polling pads, hand counting of votes, fix the voter rolls. The next comment was submitted by Kenny Wheeler, who writes, we the people are demanding no mail-in ballots, same-day voting, better voter ID for U.S. citizens only, paper ballots, hand-counted, annual audits verifying registered voters, and an oversight committee on voter integrity, as well as our sheriff enforcing the law on illegal voting practices, which he clearly has not done in the past. The next comment was submitted by Leslie Christofferson, who writes, I'm a resident of San Joaquin County and I have very serious and valid concerns regarding the voting fraud that has gone unchecked in our state and county, but I will keep my comments for now to the county level. Please consider these concerns and the board begin to tackle this very important issue. As a voting member of this county, I want to see the wrongs of the past righted in the future. And this includes no voting machines. We want in-person same-day voting, no more drop boxes, fix the voter rolls, and no more polling pads. Go back to hand counting of the ballots. These are measures which would ensure fair elections for the people of this county and state. They are not oppressive. They are what make voters know that our vote counts. Please consider this request and do the right thing. Thank you, Leslie. Next comment was submitted by Deborah Wheeler, who wrote, I'm writing again today to ask to plead to you to stop using the machines, stop using the drop boxes, stop using the poll pads, fix the voter rolls, go back to in-person with valid ID, one-day voting and hand count, etc. Our elections have been fraudulent and corrupt on many levels. This needs to stop now. Make the right choice for the people. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, I believe there is real evidence of fraud that needs to be investigated, and I want no voting machines, and in-person same-day voting, no more drop boxes, fix the voter rolls, no more polling pads, go back to hand counting of the ballots. The next comment is by Gregory Goring, who writes, I strongly urge the board to discontinue the use of heart voting machines or any other voting machines and go to hand counting. Hand counting is a firewall against voter fraud. The voting machines are connected to the internet and are subject to manipulation through the machine's settings, as was done in the 2020 election across the nation. The only way we can be sure that the vote count is not manipulated is to go to hand counting that is visible to election observers. Election observers cannot watch a vote count that takes place by hand. They cannot see what the machines do except for the results, and by then it is too late. Our elections should not be shrouded in secrecy or subject to manipulation by companies such as Hart or others that we know nothing about. They should be open to and verified by the public. The next comment was also submitted anonymously and writes, there's real evidence out there to be found of vote fraud and needs to be investigated. Please represent our county and do the right thing. We want no voting machines. We want in-person same-day voting. We want no more drop boxes. Make a real effort in cleaning the voter rolls. No more polling pads. Return to hand counting of the ballots that assures every vote is counted. And the last comment is submitted by Judy Tennies, who writes, please stop using drop boxes, voter machines, stop using poll pads. Please go back to one day in-person, ID required except for military out of the country. Only they can mail in. Sincerely, Judy Tennies. And that concludes our public comments.
Thank you. Any other comments? Not?
Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a comment. I just want to address the public. Those of you that are here, I know that this email must have gone out to dozens and dozens of people, the same talking points, and I'm not sure if there's a level of missing knowledge, but perhaps now we are educated that it is against the law for us here in San Joaquin County to have one-day voting. Our ROV, Ms. Hale, just extensively addressed all of these concerns that you've raised. You've all engaged. Your voices have been heard. I've not heard one single instance of concern to give me caution. We have a vendor here that's spoken about the security protocols. Every single question that's been raised has been addressed. I'm 100% confident. I'm the only person on the ballot, by the way, of any of the supervisors here. I'm giving my opinion of it. I'm comfortable. I'm confident. I appreciate Ms. Hale, her expertise, what she's brought in, her knowledge, her engagement, her addressing every single issue that was brought up extensively, thoroughly, knowledgeably. It's fantastic. It's wonderful. We have a process. Is somebody going to turn in a ballot and the signatures don't match, and will it be kicked back? Absolutely. And I bet Ms. Hale can identify the thousands of ballots that don't match by signature and they're kicked out. We have policy and protocol. She's provided information that shows that when you are doing hand counting, there's more fraud in that instance than any other. Let's move on. Volunteer for whatever. We've got my opponents, a representative from my opponent's campaign is here, wonderfully so. Talk to them, volunteer for that campaign, volunteer for any other elected official or position that's up. Spend your time constructively helping whomever you like get through the process. Verify, volunteer, be at your polls, be a watchdog, engage whatever capacity. Let's move on. We're not going to have one-day voting. It's illegal for us to do one-day voting in San Joaquin County. I'm comfortable with the machines. Let's move on. Let's go through the election process. I would encourage you all to engage to the highest degree for whomever you support, from school board on up to the governor's race. Let's move on. Thank you.
Yes, Olivia.
I just want to share, we actually do need election officers, and our brand new precinct operations supervisor, Dee Dee Lovano, we're trying to launch a program where we have star election officers, because what happens on election morning, we get all kinds of phone calls saying that, oh, I couldn't work, and so we wind up with 3 poll workers at a location. We are taking signups for folks that want to volunteer to come into our office on election morning at 6 a.m. I actually think we're going to assign them to our call center, and then we'll deploy them from there. So every phone call that we get, like, we don't have enough staff, we'll have people on standby to go out to those locations. And so any members of the public that are interested that have spoken today or otherwise, please give us a call. Please sign up. We want to make sure we're covered with staffing on election day. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank you certainly for you and your staff and their hard work, and continue to improve our process. So thank you very much. And again, for those who have spoken today, it's a free country and everybody's entitled to their opinion. So I think it was worthwhile certainly to get this information out so people can decide one way or the other how they feel. And I would thank everybody who's here for their contributions, I'll put it that way, and look forward to the election. I think as Supervisor Patty has touched upon, I think we all want to make sure that we can trust in the results and we can move on. So again, thank you.
And I just want to thank you all for giving me the time I needed to get this presentation together. It took us more than a month to get it built. I wanted to be thorough. I wanted to make sure we were answering all their questions. So thank you for giving me the amount of time you did to get this presentation together. I really appreciate it.
Okay, right.
Chairman, I have a quick question.
Was it Patty?
I would just ask the board, while we're all here, would anybody on the board like us to agendize and consider striking any process that we have, including the machines that we purchased and have been using? Is there any reason why we want to agendize this and make any changes? Otherwise, are we good, comfortable closing this up and moving on?
I would ask my fellow supervisors. I think this has been very comprehensive. I certainly appreciate the future meetings of this Election Advisory Review Board to really continue down this path to make sure that as we learn things that have happened that need to be modified, that the board, certainly the board next year, can make those changes. So I would say, I think we're, and I'm thinking of Registrar of Voters staff, they're pretty busy right now, and I think that once we finish this election, I think there's probably an opportunity to really look at it at the board level and decide if there's any suggestions that would improve the process. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I would agree with Supervisor Patty that this has been a very, very thorough and comprehensive presentation. I just want to say, Ms. Hale, your incredible knowledge of the processes and your very calm demeanor and your obvious willingness to bring on any question, come on, do a tour, we are open and transparent. I just think it is very refreshing. And I do think that in every person I've heard from that has gone down and taken a tour has been very impressed and comes away from that process feeling much more confident that the elections in this county are being properly handled. So I would agree. I don't think there's anything we need to do right now. There are always going to be some folks that are never going to believe that the whole system isn't corrupt, and we're not going to change their minds. But I think for the vast majority of people in this county, if they come down and take a tour, if they watch the presentation from today, what they should take away is that we have extremely competent people who are very committed to honest elections and making sure that everybody's vote is counted. So I would agree. I don't see any reason why we would make any changes now. We will always do a debrief after every election to look at, what happened and where we can improve. And I think we will do that as we do after the November general election. So thank you again, and to your whole staff. Thank you all. We know you've really been working hard, and you're going to continue to work really hard through this election cycle. And thank you to our heart vendor. It was impressive that you came and spent this much time here in our county answering questions. And so we appreciate it.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to ask, do we need a motion to accept this, or we just accept it?
No, it's just a presentation.
All right, thank you.
All right. I want to thank again everybody participating. And I would have to say, Ms. Hale, you are a breath of fresh air, and so is your staff. I've had many conversations with them, and I can't tell you, I've never been disappointed in regards to your answers or your energy in regards to taking care of this. And it's a tough subject. Like many other things, Supervisor Patty talked about, there's going to be people who disagree, but I think from my vantage point, I think for the rest of the board, I think we're doing everything we can. And as Mr. Wolverding said, there's no perfect system. And I think we're striving to, and hopefully, with the new board in January, they can move it to the next level after this November election. So, Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo my fellow board members' thoughts. You're doing a great job. You and your staff, a great team, you have a great attitude, and I love your energy, and I'm a big fan. Thank you.
With that, we will conclude this. Thank you all for your attendance and participation.
Thank you, Board.
All right. Moving on. Basically, we have comments and committee reports from the board. Thank you, Mr. Any? Supervisor Villapudua, nothing? Vice Chair Rickman? Miller?
Thank you. Yes. Last Friday, I attended the memorial service for, wasn't really service, it was a memorial event for Bill Mendelson of Central Valley Low Income Housing, longtime partner with the county in addressing homelessness. There were a lot of county staff that attended as well, which was good to see. I also attended a Continuum of Care board meeting and general membership meeting. There were very positive reports from all the committees. Shelter expansions and development is moving forward in Stockton, Tracy, Lodi, and Manteca. Affordable low-income and supportive housing projects are also moving forward. We have a ribbon cutting for our own Victory Gardens coming up on October 4th. Data indicates that there has been, recent data, there's been a 44% reduction in first-time homelessness in this county. This is most likely due to the incredible level of rent support that was provided during COVID, and a focus on preventing people from being evicted. However, that one of the takeaways that the Continuum of Care has is that the numbers do tell us that prevention definitely does work. And if we can continue to focus on prevention, it's a cost-effective way of reducing homelessness. At a recent board meeting here, it was stated that the Housing First model's been a terrible failure, and it's been proven that it doesn't work. So I wanted to share some statistics with the board. And first, I think it's important that us, as at the county level, we need to acknowledge, as we did today with some of the state laws, that it is both a federal and state requirement to adopt a Housing First model to receive funds. So we don't have that kind of an option here unless we want to forego all those funds. It's also important to note that Housing First doesn't mean housing only. The model simply acknowledges that housing is a necessary precursor to treatment and social services and care coordination, which are necessary elements to provide housing stability, especially long-term, and also healthy outcomes. 2004 study found that after 24 months, 88% of the participants receiving housing and supportive services remained housed, compared to only 47% of those not receiving housing. There's been 4 randomized controlled trials, all considered the gold standard of research studying housing first. All of them found that this model resulted in significant improvements in housing stability. The largest study of over 2,000 participants confirmed that housing first does end homelessness faster. It's a good investment, with the economic analysis showing for every $10 invested in housing first services, there was a resultant average savings of $9.60 for high needs participants, $3.42 for moderate needs participants. But for the highest needs participants, the ones that we know are filling emergency rooms and are causing a lot of public safety concerns, there was a $21.72 savings for every $10 invested. Continued studies through the years have confirmed that it leads to better treatment outcomes with a higher reduction of alcohol, stimulants, and opiate usage. Fears of increased substance use and psychiatric symptoms have not been supported by data. And there's a very clear correlation between a housing first model and reduced hospital visits, admissions, and duration of hospital stays among homeless individuals. Average cost savings to the public ranges from $900 to almost $30,000 per person per year after entry into this kind of a housing first with wraparound services program. The perceived lack of results is really more a reflection of inadequate funding of these programs because they're expensive. They aren't just housing, they are housing and very intensive wraparound services, and those things are expensive. So rather than representing a failure of strategy, it represents inadequate funding. Interagency Council on Homelessness and HUD both cite Housing First as a best practice. And Senate Bill 1380 in this state requires all housing programs to adopt the Housing First model in California. So Housing First is likely to remain a requirement for the foreseeable future for the primary reason that it is showing better results than the strategies that were used before. So I think regardless of how we feel about it, it's going to be a factor and a requirement in funding streams for the foreseeable future. That's all I have today. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just on that note, and Supervisor Miller, if you would, I'd love to see some of those statistics. I just read a Newsweek article about the Housing First model, and in spite of the billions, and the intent was about 10 years ago, that in 10 years, homelessness will be non-existent, so we spent billions, and instead homelessness has gone up 44% in the last 10 years nationwide. So I'd love to see and compare, and somewhere in between there's a place for all of it, but we've also seen the value of the emergency shelter as the entry. One of the downfalls they're finding with the Housing First is once a person's housed into that expensive, oftentimes $400,000 to $800,000 per door. It's actually up to $950,000 down in Southern California. There's no accountability for that person to pay rent, no accountability for sobriety, no accountability for jobs. There's no account that we, the taxpayers, continue to pay the rent on the majority of those residents that are housed, and they're mostly not addressing the unsheltered. So I'd love to compare some statistics. And next meeting, I'll bring in the Newsweek article that has some different statistics to share. I would ask our CEO what is going on, and this is not for debate, but maybe you can brief us on the VSO service office, if that's a true comparison. Stanislaus has well over, it sounded, if my memory's correct, 15 or 20 plus VSO service members to help the veterans, and we have less than 5. So maybe we can get a report. I know our chairman said that he's recently, yesterday, maybe had a meeting, but maybe the veterans would like to know what help is on the way, what's planned. I've met with constituents in Manteca, veterans, that are like, listen, coming to downtown Stockton is not easy. Why don't we have, and there's thousands of veterans in South County, why don't we have an office there as well? So we might want to consider expanding what we're doing, where we're doing it, to help veterans more than just a downtown location, which isn't easy for everybody to get to. Parking isn't easy and can oftentimes be quite cumbersome. So perhaps, again, you might want to give us a bit of an update on what's being planned, okay? Also, one last couple things here. I have a constituent that contacted me who works for the district attorney's office. So maybe the CAO, another question for you, is while on the job for the district attorney in her job capacity in Oakland, she was robbed, kind of mugged almost, really mugged. Her purse was grabbed. It's cost her thousands of dollars in recovery. So she's wondering where to go. Her claim has been denied so far. And so I wasn't sure if that's something that comes to the board and we decide, or what the process is on that. If you can look into that and maybe get back with me, would be another thing, please.
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, could you describe a little bit more of what you're talking about? First time hearing of it.
So, yes, someone that works for the district attorney's office was in
So
Oakland.
this isn't the district attorney. You're saying it's someone who works for her.
Correct. Someone, the district attorney's office, a staff member that works for the district attorney as an attorney. I don't know what you'd call as a deputy DA, I guess it would be proper. They were out on a job pursuing whatever their case was, and while out on the job, she was mugged and her car keys, her wallet, her possessions were stolen. So getting her car rekeyed, getting all sorts of things, getting the vehicle towed, all the things that went through. She's out of pocket several $1,000s. So is there a mechanism she comes to, they put in a claim and it was denied by maybe the auditor's office, and is there an appeal? What's the process is what I'm asking.
I'll have to look into that. I'm unaware of it, and as you may know, I have no authority over the auditor's office, but I'll check into it for you.
Yeah, I just didn't know if there's a process that it comes to the board, because we see in closed session, so I'm asking.
Yeah, like I said, I would have to look into that.
Okay, very well. And then had an opportunity to go to the East Union Cemetery anniversary. It celebrates 150 years. A county supervisor, Alvin Shedd, donated 2 acres of land back in 1872 for locals to bury their pioneer forefathers and mothers. Family Manteca began and established the years thereafter. That was interesting. We had people buried there that were founding members in Manteca, as well as military and people that had fought in the Civil War. So there's some really unique history there. And it was a nice 150-year celebration. Community turned out for a wonderful event, highly attended. So I think that's all for now, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, last week I was in Washington, D.C., representing San Joaquin County on their Regional Policy Council, which is the 8 Valley counties, and then also the Delta Counties Coalition. A lot of meetings, obviously, between the two. I will electronically send you the latest brochure from the district, or the Delta counties, in regards to the facts in regards to the tunnel. Had quite a few meetings, especially one of the more important ones was the Assistant Secretary of the Army, which is over the Corps of Engineers. He's kind of like the civilian leader of the Corps, but very familiar with the tunnel. Spent a lot of time with Governor Brown, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, it revolved around the permitting process. There was legislation introduced last week also in regards to stopping permitting by the Corps of Engineers for the tunnel and others. So I met with Congressman McNerney, Garamendi, Harder, Huffman, a host of them, and I would offer this. I was very gratified to see the interest and the support that we're getting back there in regards to shutting down the tunnel itself, in spite of the EOS it's going through now. So, other than that, I think we're probably close to adjourned. County Council, do you want to direct us into closed session?
The board will now meet in closed session concerning matters listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected out of closed session.
Okay, then we adjourn till October 4th at 9 a.m. Thank you all.